Hunter Biden pleading not guilty in federal court as the plea deal seems to fall apart. The big questions now coming from the judge. And the fate of a Baltimore man charged with the murder of his pregnant girlfriend and their unborn child now rests in the hands of a jury. We take a look at the timeline and what the trial revealed, even without a body.
And we are under weather alert today for extreme heat, plus humidity, plus a chance for storms. I've got all the details on what to expect today in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning, we are weather alert as we are bracing for potential near record-breaking heat here. Central Maryland is under heat advisories with potential severe weather threats. You can see the heat alerts on our Weather Authority radar there, which is on the left. And then on the right, we are taking you live to Ocean City here at the Inner Harbor and Towson. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday, July 27th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Amy Aronson. We took some live looks. It looks great out there. It's how it feels.
And it already feels really warm at 4:30 this morning. So we are preparing for a hot, humid day ahead of us, along with that potential for some strong to severe storms. A lot happening today. I'll break it down part by part. Part one is the heat. So we've got a heat advisory, goes into effect at 11 a.m. Will take us through 8 p.m. This is due to heat index values exceeding 105 degrees.
She's not coming back. You know, this is the final say. This is just, summing up everything that we've been waiting for.
The jury has to decide now if Robertson is guilty or not guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder. The Social Security Administration's next commissioner could be from Maryland after the break, who the president is deciding to nominate. And we're weather alert this morning. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking the heat advisory and when we could expect a cool down. And taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here this morning as we look ahead here at the roads. You can see pretty calm and pretty quiet. 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Almost 4:40 on this Weather Alert Thursday. We are tracking extreme heat plus humidity. Ready or not, it's going to get really, really hot over the next couple of days. Actual temperatures nearing record highs. For example, today we're aiming for 98. Feel like temperatures close to 106. Tomorrow, even more uncomfortable. Pretty yucky stuff here, feeling like 110 degrees. On Saturday, actual temperatures in the mid-90s, but that heat index value still soaring and exceeding 100 degrees, getting up to 107. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll break down our storm chances for the next couple of days and also let you know what's going to bring this very hot stretch to an end. Meg.
All right, Amy, thank you. Here are some of the stories trending around the state. We are learning the identity of the third person arrested in the murder of 17-year-old Elias Cieslak, shot and killed right near the Fullerton Plaza Shopping Center in Overly back in April. Baltimore County Police say 18-year-old Bryson Butterfly, a jockey from Virginia, was involved in the murder. U.S. Marshals say Butterfly was arrested in West Virginia earlier this month and is awaiting extradition to Maryland. The two other suspects, including a 17-year-old, are being held in Baltimore County. President Joe Biden plans to nominate former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley to be the next commissioner of the Social Security Administration. His appointment will come as concerns remain over the future of Social Security. According to the Congressional Budget Office, reserves for Social Security's main trust fund will be depleted in 10 years. If that happens, Social Security will only be able to pay 80% of scheduled benefits after 2034.
It's that time of year where teens and young adults often have to shift sleep schedules. I'm Liz Bonus. Why this could be critical to their mental health. We explain just ahead.
A teenager has been sentenced to prison for taking part in the January 6th riots. The actions he's now convicted of doing at the Capitol and his feelings now on what happened. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gia Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, online safety for our children. Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn joins us to discuss. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:42. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters, and with school starting in about a month, students may want to start shifting sleep schedules. Right now, medical reporter Liz Bonus shares how it could make kids healthier and happier.
Hey there, hello to you. You've probably heard of your circadian rhythm. It's a natural change that happens over the course of a day. New research shows not only does that influence sleep, but also your mental health, especially in young people. It's all because it seems as the teenage years set in, getting up early isn't a natural part of a teen's circadian rhythm. Dr. Tracy Cummings of Ohio's Lindner Center of Hope explains why.
In adolescence, there is a bit of a change where there can be a shift towards seeing more night owls a little bit later when someone becomes tired.
A new study in the Journal of Psychiatric Research, however, now shows when you push back against that teen sleep rhythm, they are more likely to feel depressed, anxious, and have suicidal thoughts.
And so we have to help with that, particularly around school time when things need to happen a bit earlier in the day, to help them get to sleep earlier because their internal clock may be pushing it back a little further.
Researchers aren't sure if these mental health concerns in adolescence carry over into adulthood. But researchers in this study did find earlier regular bedtimes were more connected to well-being than just how many hours a young person slept each night. Either way, however, Dr. Cummings says,
almost 80% of teenagers do not get enough sleep. We know that sleep-deprived teenagers report more anxiety, more depression, and more safety concerns.
Now, quick reminder, the 988 hotline will connect you or someone you love with immediate help for mental health and suicide prevention. You can call it 24/7. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. Now, through the first day of school, which is just around the corner, we're going to be compiling all of the things that busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on that QR code on your screen to check out all of the stories that we've posted so far, or go to foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-headquarters. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to be speaking with a college admissions expert on the 5 changes you need to know about the new SAT and if high schoolers really need to take that test anymore.
Unbearable.
Hot. Hot. A lot of T's.
You heard it from them. It's hot. Millions of Americans are struggling to beat the heat this summer. States across the nation are consistently seeing temperatures in the triple digits, and we could be one of those states here this week. Taking a live look from the Inner Harbor and Towson here this morning as we are melting Maryland on a heat advisory here. Due to the dangerous heat and severe thunderstorms, we are looking to hit near 100 degrees here today. Again, on weather alert here, we want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson. And when we talk about these temperatures, Amy, the surfaces around us are extremely dangerous. You think playgrounds in the summer can be pretty tricky right now?
Yes, so much to worry about on a day like today. Playgrounds, sidewalks for pets, leaving your kids in cars. You don't want to do any of those things today. So you do want to take a lot of precautions. And I do have some tips for you on how you and your family can stay safe. Number 1 would be hydrate. Drink lots and lots of water. More water than you normally do on a hot summer day. Also, loose, lightweight clothing is highly recommended. Take breaks in the shade or the air conditioning. You really want to limit outdoor activities, especially during the heat of the afternoon. And don't forget to check in on your neighbors and your pets and make sure everybody is handling the extreme heat okay. Now, dark and early this morning, it's already warm. We're looking down at M&T Bank Stadium, of course, with Ravens training camp happening today again. If you are headed out to that, you're also going to want to take all the precautions to make sure you stay safe if you're going to be out there in the heat. We're already at a very balmy 77 degrees. Dew points are also up. That indicates how much humidity we have on our hands. 70 is the threshold for when humidity becomes noticeable. We're already at a dew point of 75, so feeling pretty soupy and uncomfortable already dark and early this morning. And we've got a heat advisory because of the high heat plus humidity ahead of us today. We're also tracking a cold front that's off to our west. You'll notice some storms are sparking because of that in western parts of Pennsylvania and West Virginia right now. That's going to trickle our direction this afternoon and this evening. So a couple of issues ahead of us today. I'm tracking actual temperatures here on FutureScan along with our storm chances. So actual temperatures will get awfully close to 100 degrees today. These don't take into account the humidity. You factor that in, it's going to feel closer to 105, 106 at times. And then we see this skinny line of showers develop. First around 1 o'clock for areas north and west of Baltimore, and then they push through the Baltimore area shortly after that before fizzling out this evening. It's not a huge rain or storm chance, but any storm that fires up could be kind of feisty this evening. Similar setup tomorrow. We're muggy to begin. We're hot to end. We make a run for near 100 degrees again. And as that heat, that humidity really ramps up, we get another round of late day showers and storms. They're scattered. Not everybody sees them. But once again, where they develop, they could certainly produce some gusty winds. And that's our main concern today. So the time frame for today's storms, anytime between 1 and 8 o'clock. Damaging wind gusts would be our top concern. We can't rule out heavy rain either with any of the storms, but fortunately the threat for hail and tornadoes looks pretty minimal. I really think the bigger issue today is that extreme heat. I've got actual temperatures thrown on here, but also the feel like temperatures. So for example, by 2 o'clock, it feels like 104 degrees, feeling like a very unbearable 106 by 4 o'clock this afternoon. We get a few storms developing this evening, but doesn't help us much with our temperatures. A very warm night ahead of us with temperatures only in the low 80s. Severe weather alert today and tomorrow for the extreme heat plus the humidity. We've already got an excessive heat watch out for tomorrow, too. Not only do we have highs in the upper 90s again, it's going to feel like 110. Saturday, that's when this all comes to an end. As a cold front moves through, it's still very, very hot, but by Sunday, we finally get some relief. We're back in the upper 80s. And next week, as we kick off the month of August, it feels much better. We're back in the more manageable mid-80s. Megan?
Great, Amy, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at our Lens to Alert traffic network. Some of our live cameras around the Baltimore region here this morning. You can see traffic is very light here at this hour, moving along just fine. No issues to report. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system start. You'll find train 505 and Penn train 401, both operating with 5-minute delays for the commute start. Allow time for travel there. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way. On-time service is what you'll find from end to end. And Metro Subway Link looking good in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Kayla Gaskins on Capitol Hill. Coming up, congressional lawmakers pushing for increased transparency when it comes to what the federal government knows about UFOs.
And deliberations in the trial of the Squeegee Kid accused of shooting Timothy Reynolds has been put on pause. Still ahead this morning when we could expect them to continue. Time now 4:52 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines, a high schooler from Georgia who took part in the January 6th riot at the Capitol has been sentenced to 1 year in prison. We're hearing that Bruno Kua was convicted of felony charges earlier this year. He was 18 years old when authorities say he assaulted a police officer and sat in a Senate floor chair reserved for the vice president. Prosecutors recommended a prison sentence of nearly 5 years. Kua, who is now 21 years old, telling the judge he is ashamed of his role in the attack. The judge said he believes Kua is truly sorry. A congressional panel investigating UFOs digs into the lack of government transparency on the topic and the consequences of keeping information from Congress and the American people. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us from Capitol Hill.
Intelligence Agency.
Former intelligence official David Grush telling Congress the United States is in possession of a crashed alien aircraft.
Do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely, based on interviewing over 40 witnesses over 4 years.
And alien bodies.
Do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human?
Non-human.
Republican and Democratic lawmakers are highly concerned information is being withheld from Congress on these UFOs, which the government now calls UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena.
It's really important that we're here in a bipartisan way to have this conversation, which really, to the heart of it, is about national security.
This is an issue of government transparency. We can't trust a government that does not trust its people.
2 former Navy pilots also testified Wednesday. Retired Navy Commander David Fravor says he saw UAPs firsthand off the coast of San Diego in 2004.
It rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. We have nothing that can stop in midair and go the other direction.
These 3 witnesses say these sightings happen all the time. The problem is no one wants to talk about them, and investigations are reportedly sparse.
What is shocking to us is that the incident was never investigated. None of my crew were ever questioned.
Those who do raise concerns allegedly risk retaliation.
It was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally.
Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes.
Have anyone been murdered?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
On the Senate side, their version of this year's National Defense Authorization Act includes the creation of a review board tasked with declassifying UFO records. On Capitol Hill, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, this morning we are weather alert as we are bracing for potential near record-breaking heat. Central Maryland is under heat advisories with a potential severe weather threat.
You can see the heat alerts on our Weather Authority radar. That's on the left. On the right, we're taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, and Towson. Good morning on this Thursday, July 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got a look at our forecast.
Yeah, and it's going to be a hot one today. Pretty uncomfortable stuff. If we take a look at where the numbers are at already this morning, it's just barely 5 a.m. and we're already at 80 degrees in most locations. These numbers don't tell the full story today. We've also got to take a peek at our dew points. They indicate how much moisture is on our hands. Typically it's 70. That's when humidity becomes noticeable. We've got a dew point of 77 right now in Bel Air. That's a very tropical air mass that has moved in. And because of this, it's going to feel much hotter than it actually is today. So here's a preview of what we're up against. This is a look at how hot it's going to feel. Feeling close to 100 degrees by lunchtime. By later this afternoon, 105, 106. Even at 6 o'clock this evening, feeling like we're close to the triple digits. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we'll also talk about our storm chance today because that's also a threat. I'll let you know when storms are going to fire up and what it means for the hot temperatures for the remainder of the week, too. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the region. Everyone here is moving along fine, but if you're going 95 northbound in the Nottingham area, that construction zone, they are stop and go traffic through that area just before you get to 43 in White Marsh because of the construction area that's ongoing this morning. We're following 3 court cases this morning.
Former city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby plans an island retreat just 3 weeks before her federal trial. Fox 45 News is asking whether she is legally allowed to leave the country so close to the trial.
And the fate of Michael Robertson, who is accused of killing his pregnant girlfriend, Akia Eggleston, and their unborn child in 2017 is now in the hands of a jury. We break down the key points of the closing arguments as jury deliberations set to resume this morning.
And the trial against a teen squeegee kid sees a significant setback. We begin there. After 2 days of deliberations, the jury has yet to come to a unanimous decision on what would have been day 3 of deliberations yesterday. One jury member never made it to the courthouse.
Now, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the details about what could happen next. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right, Tom and Patrice. Yesterday, juror number 5 called out sick with flu-like symptoms, pausing the jury deliberations. Now, if they make a speedy recovery, then the deliberations will begin again at 9 this morning. But this trial is taking place 1 year after Tavon Scott, a squeegee kid, allegedly shot and killed Timothy Reynolds right behind me here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets. After the juror called out sick, the defense called for a mistrial while the prosecution requested deliberations press on. Ultimately, the judge deciding it's still too soon to throw in the towel. After an explosive week-long trial, the judge saying in part, "We used many resources to try this case. I'm going to try for one more day to complete this trial," end quote. Now, Fox 45 News caught up with the attorneys outside the courthouse. Take a listen to what they said.
There are murder cases that have 4 or 5 days of deliberations. These are important cases. We want the jury to get it right.
I'm hopeful by the end of the day or by the end of tomorrow, we will have a verdict.
During the week-long trial, the defense argued Reynolds got out of his car, approached the group of squeegee kids with a bat in his hand. Prosecutors highlighting when Reynolds turned around to walk back to his car, a squeegee kid shot him multiple times. An autopsy revealing Reynolds was shot once in the head, chest, and 3 times in the back. So now the Reynolds family just wants justice. Meanwhile, Scott anxiously awaits the jury's decision, and that verdict could come today if deliberations resume. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
A jury will continue deliberations today in the trial of a Baltimore man accused of killing his pregnant ex-girlfriend who went missing in 2017. Akia Eggleston was 22 when she disappeared. She was also 8 months pregnant. Now, the state claims Michael Robertson killed Eggleston inside her Cherry Hill home after they got into an argument and then put her body in a nearby dumpster. But the defense is poking holes in the state's narrative and the investigators' detective work. Robertson's attorney even pointing the finger at 2 other people, including one of Eggleston's friends who testified in court. Eggleston's family says they're ready for a verdict.
It was really, really painful to hear the words, "She's dead. Her baby is dead. They're not coming back." Reality just, it smacked me in the face right there that she's not coming back. You know, this is the final say. This is just, you know, summing up everything that we've been waiting for.
Now, the jury has to decide if Michael Robertson is guilty or not guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder.
Marilyn Mosby is leading a retreat to Jamaica in October, but this is just 3 weeks before her federal perjury and mortgage fraud trial is scheduled to begin. She's advertising the trip on social media. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with more on this retreat and the questions about the timing of it. Shannon?
Yeah, Mosby seems prepared, Tom, to sit beachside in early October, but just several weeks after that, she will sit before a jury as they decide her future. But here's where our questions come in. The law is clear that anyone released back into the community while they're awaiting a federal trial cannot knowingly leave the federal judicial district where they live without getting permission from a court or a probation officer. And it's unclear if Mosby got that permission. So we asked the court, and so far we've received no answer. Meanwhile, ads for her trip can be seen online.
Hey sis, Invest in Me Spirituality Women's Conference.
And the managing partner of Mahogany Elite Enterprises.
And Mosby is planning to take 25 professional women to Jamaica for what she's calling an intimate, holistic, transformational experience. The trip, as you just heard, is advertised through her Mahogany Elite Travel, which is one business at the heart of her 2 perjury charges. Federal prosecutors say Mosby lied when she checked this box on a form to withdraw $77,000 without penalty from her city employee retirement account, claiming she suffered COVID-related financial hardships. Court filings from January show that Mosby's defense team claims she did not plan to run her travel business before leaving office, but the pandemic ruined those plans. But that's the opposite of what Mosby's own spokesperson told Fox 45 News in 2020, saying Mahogany Travel was a long-term venture and she didn't have plans to run it or any other business while in office. So again, we do expect to get more answers in her federal trial, which the jury selection for that trial is slated to begin on October 31st. And in the meantime, we will continue to press the court for answers on if she got permission for this trip. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Mayor Brandon Scott names an interim Baltimore fire chief. How a lack of permanent leadership is impacting the services you rely on.
Some Baltimore residents fed up with current city leaders are demanding change. Topping our next half hour, how they plan to take initiative ahead of next year's election.
And we are entering record territory today with our temperatures as highs soar into the upper 90s to near 100 degrees. I'll let you know how hot it's going to feel and how you and your family can stay safe in a couple of minutes. It's 5:06. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.509 right now, communities coast to coast facing several weather-related threats, from storms to the relentless heat wave.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with a look at the dangerous conditions that many are waking up to this morning. Megan.
Everyone's got something going on, guys. We begin in Michigan. We're taking you live to Saginaw here this morning, where over the past few hours we've been seeing intense storms. Saw lightning earlier. What you're seeing there is actually the tower light flashing right there. But those storms just moved through, knocking out power to tens of thousands of residents in that area here. Let's take a closer look here. Torrential rain, high winds bringing down huge trees there, and power lines all across the state of Michigan. Cleanup now begins this morning. Companies working hard right now to try and restore power, and they've got a lot of work to be done. At one point overnight, more than 180,000 people were without power across the state of Michigan. And we know more severe weather is on the way, guys. Take a look here. We've got 59 million people at risk for severe storms here today, including the busy Northeast corridor and the upper Midwest, including Minneapolis in that as well. Meantime, another threat for millions of Americans today, that record-setting heat. Everyone's talking about it. The high at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport reached 118 degrees yesterday. Not the feels like, the actual temperature. That breaks the previous daily record of 116 set back in 1995. Wednesday also made for the 27th consecutive day in Phoenix with a temperature over 110 degrees. And this is historic, guys. The city now well on its way to becoming the first major U.S. city to reach an average monthly temperature higher than 100 degrees. Watching it happen in front of our eyes, we know that heat dome, as they've been calling it, is now expanding eastward. Yay! You can see that highlighted. They've circled the hazardous heat here, and guess what? It's moving right into Maryland here. And that's why we need to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson, tracking the potential for triple-digit temperatures this week, at least in the feels like, Amy.
Yeah, definitely in the feels like, but potentially in our actual temperatures too. Right now, I want to track the feel like temperatures for you hour by hour for the rest of the day, because these are the numbers that actually matter. This is what you want to dress for. As we head towards lunchtime today, I don't think it's the best day for lunch outside, and this is the reason why. It's going to feel like 106 degrees here in Baltimore. Very, very uncomfortable stuff, and that's going to continue to be the case. For example, at 2 o'clock, we're up to 108, and even as we wrap up the day this evening, still feeling like we're in the triple digits across the region. Now, we're also tracking the potential for some showers and some storms today. I've got an updated look at the timeline of those and what that means for all these hot temperatures in just about 10 minutes. Patrice, Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Baltimore City Police Department finds itself a victim of a growing crime trend, who the mayor is blaming for the increase in auto thefts.
The Social Security Administration's next commissioner could be from Maryland, who the president is nominating. 512, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:15 and making headlines, an unmarked Baltimore police vehicle is now one of more than 5,000 cars stolen in the city this year.
In fact, just over the past 28 days, Baltimore police say they saw nearly 1,400 auto thefts. That's an average of 49 vehicles every day. It's more than 4 times the amount of cars stolen during the same time period last year. Arch McCown is the safety chair of the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association, is tracking this issue closely. He says just last week, a stolen car zipped through his area before flipping onto the sidewalk.
They're just running around and like it's a game to them, stealing these cars, and it has dangerous consequences. It's not a matter of, hey, if my car will be stolen. No, it's when. Your car likely will be stolen if you park it in a public place here in Baltimore City, if it's a Kia or Hyundai.
McCohen says a social media challenge showing how easy it is to steal Hyundais and Kias without a key has made things worse. Both car makers are offering free theft deterrent software upgrades for more than 8 million vulnerable models. In the meantime, data from the Baltimore Police Department reveals that from July 1st to July 23rd, 312 Hyundais were reported stolen and 134 Kias were reported stolen in Baltimore City.
Baltimore leaders reaching a settlement with Hyundai and Kia for $200 million, part of an ongoing lawsuit claiming those vehicles were too easy to steal and the thefts were a public nuisance. Mayor Brandon Scott, who joined a federal lawsuit against Hyundai and Kia, is blaming the car makers and the criminals.
He says the companies have left Baltimore residents vulnerable to crime. But one Baltimore resident who recently had her car stolen says the blame is on the city. She says it should be more focused on the criminals instead of the companies.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of thefts. They should serve time. It should be looked at as any type of theft.
5:17 now. The water temperature in South Florida went past 100 degrees for 2 days in a row. That's right around the temperature of a hot tub. Meteorologists say that could be the hottest seawater ever measured, but they added that weather records for seawater temperature are unofficial. So far, the world's highest recorded sea surface temperature has been 99.7 degrees. That was in Kuwait Bay in July of 2020.
Well, live look outside right now in Towson and on the right-hand side, the Inner Harbor on the left, as we are facing a heat wave. Baltimore area could be dealing with some of the hottest days of the year heading into this weekend.
Ooh, indoor plans for sure. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is joining us now.
Yeah, already that sun is creeping up early this morning. Should be up by 6 a.m. and it's already very warm out there. So a lot to keep in mind today, lots of precautions to take. Number one I want to talk about is inside your car and that temperature, because not only are air temperatures going to climb and near 100 degrees, this is a look at the impact it has within your car. So with only 10 minutes, it feels like 115 in your car. In 30 minutes, a deadly 130 degrees, and within an hour, 150 degrees. So this is the reason to not leave pets and children in car, even if you're just running a quick errand. Remember, the car kind of acts as a greenhouse, and it traps all that heat on the steering wheel and on the seats and allows the car to reach very dangerous levels. And now in just 33 days, you're going to be taking that car to school or maybe waiting for the bus stop. That's for Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Hartford County, Howard, and Anne Arundel counties. 41 days to go for Carroll, Cecil, and Kent counties. So back to school right around the corner, despite the heat wave that's just getting underway today. Now, dark and early this morning, while we await that official sunrise, it's already very, very warm. Without the power of the sun, we're already in the mid and upper 70s, near 80 degrees in a lot of spots, and it's only going to get hotter. So we do have this heat advisory that goes into effect at 11 a.m., takes us up through 8 o'clock tonight. This is due to the potential for extreme heat plus humidity. So actual temperatures in the upper 90s feel like temperatures soaring well into the triple digits. And we're also tracking a weather maker, a cold front off to our north and west. That's going to slide southward, and that's going to send us that chance for some spotty showers and storms later this afternoon and this evening. Looks like around 1 o'clock, we start to see some showers spark in northwestern parts of the state and then push towards Baltimore. As you can see, they're spotty. Not everybody sees the rain, but where the storms develop, we could see some gusty winds. Same exact setup tomorrow. The heat, the humidity builds, and then we see some storms fire up during the late afternoon, early evening hours. And on Saturday, again, it's going to be hot. It's going to be steamy. And then we get an actual cold front coming through that sends us some late day showers and storms, but also brings an end to this very hot stretch. So not only are we up against some dangerous heat today, we've also got a slight risk for severe weather because of the storm chance. Damaging wind gusts would be our top concern today. We are looking at the potential for some record highs, too. For example, today, the current record stands at 101 degrees. We're forecasting a high of 98. Same for tomorrow, the record up to 103. Saturday, the record of 101. We're predicting highs in the mid-90s. We are weather alert for the next 2 days because of the high heat plus the humidity. For example, tomorrow, we've already got an excessive heat watch out because it's going to feel close to 110. Saturday, not much better, but after the storms roll through Saturday afternoon and evening, Sunday, we are back in the upper 80s, and then we're actually going to stay there as we head through early next week. Tom, Patrice.
Amy, some hot days ahead. Let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we look at some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. Very light volume out there right now. No major issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning. Out there right now for the start, you'll find a delay on the Penn line. It's Penn Train 505 and also Camden 841 running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines up, Mark, look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues on time in both directions of that service. And if Metro Subway Link is your ride, you'll find on-time service there for the start in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A West Baltimore community is rallying for change. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what action residents are taking and why.
But first, Google and Apple have new competition that could change how we navigate the world. After the break, the companies that are teaming up to give you a new navigation app. 5:22 is your time.
.524 now, topping your consumer news. American Airlines is suing a travel website over a cost-saving hack known as Hidden Cities.
Hidden Cities, or skip lagging, as some call it, involves booking a flight with a layover at your intended destination, then skipping the second leg of the flight. Now, American Airlines is suing the travel website Kiwi. alleging its involvement in this Hidden Cities hack. American says Kiwi is no longer authorized to sell the airline's tickets, but continues to do so. It says that Kiwi is using a workaround where it takes customers' orders and then fulfills them on American's website. Kiwi has not yet responded to these accusations.
When it comes to navigation software, Google and Apple have the corner on the map market. Now, Meta, Microsoft, and Amazon are teaming up to create another option. They're partnering with TomTom to help companies build their own maps by giving them the data that's often difficult to collect and license. It can be used for all sorts of mobile maps, especially when it comes to deliveries. Google and Apple don't provide that data. Instead, they charge companies to use their service.
With National Ice Cream Month coming to an end, Instacart reveals the most popular flavors by each state. Digital grocery delivery service looked at its purchase data from June of 2022 to May of 2023 and says about 50% of country favors vanilla, and that includes right here in Maryland. 15 states favored chocolate ice cream. Rocky Road and Moose Tracks were among the most unique popular flavors, with 3 states each preferring them.
Well, we are weather alert due to a dangerous heat wave. Might be a good day for ice cream. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know when we can expect a cool down.
There's a high turnover for many of the city's top jobs. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at the vacancies and how they could be impacting you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
This morning, we are weather alert as we are bracing for a potential record-breaking heat. Central Maryland is under heat advisories with the threat of potential severe weather.
You can see the heat alerts on our Weather Authority radar on the left. On the right, we're taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, and Towson. Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 5:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Just open a window right now and you can feel the moisture coming in with the heat.
Yeah, that humidity is not fun. Meteorologist Amy Aronson Here with the forecast.
Yeah, and that's really the big issue today. It's the heat plus the humidity that gives us the dangerously hot heat index values. So that's why we've got all this orange on the map. We are under a heat advisory today that will kick off at 11 a.m., take us through 8 o'clock tonight. And that's because during that time frame, that's when heat index values will be the highest and in the triple digits. An early look at your morning heat index values shows we're already feeling like we're in the mid and upper 70s to near 80 degrees. And it's only up from here. So if the kids are heading out to summer camp today, send them with lots and lots of water. Make sure they're staying hydrated. Also, lightweight, loose clothing is highly recommended because temperatures are going to really soar into the mid and upper 90s this afternoon. I did throw in that chance for some showers and some thunderstorms by this afternoon. I think they are spotty, but where they fire up, they could produce some brief periods of heavy rain along with some damaging winds. We'll talk more about the timeline of the storms today and for the rest of the weekend heading into the weekend in 10 minutes. Patrice?
Amy, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, there is some road work happening on 95 northbound between 695 and White Marsh, causing a little slowdown, only the left lane getting by. So give yourself some time if you had to head that direction this morning. Well, we are following two big stories this half hour. Some Baltimore residents say they're fed up with current leaders and they want change. We take a look at their frustrations as some local races are just starting to take shape for next year's election.
Mayor Brandon Scott names an interim Baltimore fire chief, bringing more than 30 years of experience within the department. We begin there in a city in crisis.
My vision for the city of Baltimore is to provide safe communities.
We opened this up, but we know that we have some of the best and the brightest here in Baltimore.
Well, Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott nominating James Wallace to be the city's next fire chief. Wallace has led the Office of Emergency Management since 2020. Scott called Wallace the best choice when asked if a nationwide search was necessary to fill the vacancy.
Wallace's nomination is just the latest appointment in what's been a months-long turnover period across several city agencies.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with some concerns about how that could be impacting productivity from those organizations. Shannon.
Well, it certainly seems to be a slow go, Tom and Patrice, filling many of these vacancies for a lot of the city's top jobs. And James Wallace's nomination to lead the fire department as the new interim department head is just another example of this. In fact, take a look at this right here on your screen. There are almost a dozen city agencies still without permanent leaders, including the police department, the fire department, the Department of Public Works, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Those agencies are still holding an interim role. So we spoke with David Williams, who's the president of the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, on what it means for a city this size to have so many interim department heads.
It absolutely affects city services because you want a director with long-term goals, long-term objectives, not an interim director who's only filling a seat and keeping a seat warm for a month or 6 months. And that's how the city suffers.
We are in a executive leadership crisis.
Yeah, at a hearing in May there, city leaders addressed the problems the city faces in filling these positions. And one potential factor here is a residency requirement, which requires directors of city agencies to actually live within Baltimore City. And so in the meantime, Williams says the city really needs to be doing everything it can to get permanent people in these top roles. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Some of the local races are starting to take shape for this upcoming election year.
In Baltimore City, the current city council president, Nick Mosby, is looking to be reelected, and Councilman Zeke Cohen is challenging him. Now, some West Baltimore residents say they're fed up with current leaders.
Olivia Danch joining us live this morning with some residents' concerns and their actions that they're now taking. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, residents in Matthew Henson, which is one of Baltimore's largest communities, are calling for change. They've created a report card and are asking all 36,000 residents to score how politicians have handled 20 critical issues in their community.
We think this will enable a voter to intelligently decide whether or not that person has done a good job or not done a good job.
I'm supportive of
making a serious change in this community.
By grading politicians, organizers believe it will spur new candidates for public office and new attention from residents when they go to the polls. With 10 months until Election Day, the clock is ticking. But in this West Baltimore community, residents are vowing to deliver change on Election Day. Their community, they say, depends on it, especially because of a lack of resources in their community.
Enough people have concerns about this neighborhood. We think they're going to come away with and say, we got to do more and better.
And voter turnout in the community is traditionally the lowest in the city, but residents believe that their fight will prove to be productive. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
5:36 now, the big economic story this morning. We are about to find out how much America's economy grew between April and June.
Megan Gillen is in our live center now with the new report set to drop in just a few hours. Megan?
Yeah, guys, right now we are waiting for that second quarter GDP report. You can see we end right there on the quarter one right there. This is all dropping at 8:30. It's expected to show the economy grew a healthy 2%. Some good news there. The economy continuing to defy expectations. Investment bank Morgan Stanley last week adjusting its economic predictions higher, crediting the president's infrastructure and jobs initiatives. But there are questions over how much longer the U.S. can sustain this momentum. The Congressional Budget Office is out with this new estimate here this morning. Take a look, suggesting U.S. GDP will rise less than 0.5% in the second half of this year. Not a recession, but a notable slowdown, guys. That same report says unemployment in America will tick up to 4.1% by the end of this year and 4.7% by the end of 2024 before falling slightly in 2025. For now, though, the job market remains strong for most workers. At this point, all eyes on that new GDP report here coming out. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as soon as it's released. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Deliberations on pause in the trial of the squeegee kid accused of killing and shooting Timothy Reynolds. Still ahead this morning. Key factor that can mean deliberations continue or if a mistrial is declared.
Marilyn Mosby is leading a retreat in Jamaica ahead of her federal trial. Still ahead in our next half hour, the questions Fox 45 News is asking about that trip.
And we are weather alert this morning due to dangerous heat conditions. Just ahead, the hydration steps you need to take if you're planning on heading outdoors. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
5:40 on this Weather Alert Thursday. We are dealing with extreme heat plus humidity today. We're under a heat advisory because of that. Here's a look at our actual temperatures compared to the heat index values. For example, today technically we'll reach a high of 98, but it's going to feel like a very stifling 106. Even worse tomorrow, 98 degrees technically, but feeling like we're up to 110. Over the weekend, the heat continues, mid-90s for actual temperatures, with heat index values still exceeding 100 degrees. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know how you and your family can stay safe during this long heat wave, and we'll also talk about our chances for storms over the next couple of days. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Here are some stories trending around the state. We're learning the identity of the third person arrested in the murder of 17-year-old Elias Cieslak, shot and killed in April right near Fullerton Plaza Shopping Center in Overlea. Baltimore County Police say 18-year-old Bryson Butterfly, you see here, a jockey from Virginia, was involved in the murder. U.S. Marshals say Butterfly was arrested in West Virginia earlier this month and is awaiting extradition to Maryland. Two other suspects included 17-year-old. They are being held in Baltimore County.
President Joe Biden plans to nominate former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley to be the next commissioner of the Social Security Administration. His appointment will come as concerns remain over the future of Social Security. According to the Congressional Budget Office, reserves for Social Security's main trust fund will be depleted in 10 years. If that happens, Social Security will only be able to pay 80% of scheduled benefits after 2034.
Hunter Biden pleads not guilty in federal court as the plea deal seems to fall apart. Still ahead, what the judge is now asking about the previous deal.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the 5 changes you need to know about the new SAT. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .545 now. Trending this morning, Virginia's annual Chincoteague Pony Swim has returned to its full glory for the first time since the pandemic.
In fact, check it out. More than 100 ponies made their trek as part of the tradition now in its 97th year.
Parade traditionally follows that crossing. Amanda from Boston was there, and she chimed in this video to us. Fox 45 wants to see how you're sharing what's happening around town. Send your videos online at foxbaltimore.com/chime in. And if you have the free WBFF mobile app, just look for our Chime In page for your submissions.
Unbearable.
Hot. Hot. A lot of teas.
Yes, it's a great way to put it. You heard from them. It is hot. Millions of Americans struggling to beat the heat this summer. States across the nation consistently seeing temperatures in the triple digits, and we could be one of those states this week.
Taking a live look from the Inner Harbor and Towson this morning. Beautiful skies there, but Maryland is on a heat advisory due to the dangerous heat and severe thunderstorms. We are looking to hit near 100 degrees, but it's going to feel like that whether we hit it or not.
That's right. In fact, joining us right now, meteorologist Amy Aronson talking about the threat of heat.
Yeah, threat of heat and humidity, and that's really what makes it so unbearable today. So I've got a little comparison for you. A low humidity day versus a high humidity days. Both little fellas don't look too happy. But what happens on a low humidity day is that the sweat is able to evaporate from your body, and that creates a cooling process. So that drier air allows that moisture to evaporate, and that cools you down, making it not as bad. Now, on a high humidity day like today, what happens is you're still going to sweat outside because it's still hot, but that moisture has nowhere to go because you've already got a lot of moisture in the air, so it limits evaporation, and that makes us feel more uncomfortable. And that's the problem we're going to face today. We're seeing the sun for the first time this morning. Actually, some pretty pastel colors showing up in the sky right now. We're already at a very warm 77 degrees. Dew points are already up there. That indicates how much moisture we have on our hands. When that number gets to 70, humidity becomes noticeable. We're already well above that. So we're already off to a really sticky start today. And it's going to feel pretty soupy all day long. So because of that, we've got that heat advisory in place from 11 a.m. up through 8 o'clock tonight. We've also got a cold front on the way, and that's going to spark some showers and some thunderstorms later this afternoon, although not sending us much relief from the heat, the humidity. So I'm tracking temperatures, but I'm also tracking rain chances for you. By 1 o'clock, we're already nearing the triple digits, and that's actual temperatures. We also get this skinny line of showers developing, first north and west, and then kind of fizzling as they push towards Baltimore. Rain chances don't look extremely high, but any storm that fires up could be kind of feisty this afternoon and this evening. Storms will wind down tonight, but after that, we're left behind with some really muggy temperatures. Low 80s to start off your Friday. Temperatures will heat up again into the upper 90s to near 100. That's going to spark some late day showers and thunderstorms again. Temperatures not cooling off much, even as we head into the weekends. We've got a pretty hot stretch coming up. For our storms today, the time frame would be anytime between 1 and 8 o'clock. Main concern, I think, is damaging wind gusts and some periods of heavy rain. Fortunately, that threat for hail and tornadoes looks pretty minimal with this storm system. So for today, the bigger story, I really think, is the heat plus the humidity. Actual temperatures will near the upper 90s, but the numbers that matter are the tiny ones here. That's how hot it's going to feel. So by lunchtime, already feels like 100 degrees. By 4 o'clock this afternoon, feels like a pretty unbearable 106. Now, I did throw in that storm chance for this evening. Doesn't send us much relief. It's still going to be pretty uncomfortable overnight. Temperatures dipping into the low 80s. And we're weather alert not only today, but tomorrow too. Tomorrow we've got an excessive heat watch out because it's going to feel even hotter, feeling close to 110. The heat wave continues through Saturday. We'll spend Saturday in the mid 90s. Then we get a cold front coming through. That does bring us a chance for some spotty storms. And that's what breaks this heat wave and this hot stretch. We're back in the upper 80s starting on Sunday. And that's where we're going to stay as we wrap up July and kick off the month of August early next week. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you. Amy, the CDC has tips to stay hydrated in extreme heat. First, drink before you feel thirsty. CDC says by the time you actually feel thirsty, you're already starting to dehydrate. If you're going to be out in the heat, CDC recommends drinking 1 cup of water every 15 to 20 minutes. But don't go overboard. You shouldn't drink more than 48 ounces of water per hour. Well, now we want to get a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we have some road work happening in 95 northbound between 695 and White Marsh Boulevard or 43, and you see that the delays there. It's stop and go all morning long here. For the last hour and a half, we've been watching the traffic build up, and then you see it go, and then it builds up again. It's causing some backups this morning. If you're heading in that direction, 95 northbound, make sure you add some extra time for your morning commute. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Happy Thursday, Mark.
Happy Thursday, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 843, both operating with about 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. If your ride is light rail link, nothing in your way there. You're looking at on-time service from end to end. And Metro Subway link without delay between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Jury deliberations continue today in the trial of a man accused of killing his pregnant girlfriend and their unborn child. Still ahead, we take a look at the timeline and what the trial revealed, even without a body. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
Making headlines this Thursday morning, an unexpected turn of events in a federal courthouse in Delaware. President Joe Biden's son, Hunter, who was set to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax charges, changed his course after the judge asked for more details about the deal. Sinclair National correspondent Christine Frizzell shares why Hunter is now pleading not guilty.
A deal on the brink of collapse, now on hold. Defense attorneys for Hunter Biden and prosecutors now left to come to terms on details they thought were hammered out 5 weeks ago. Hunter Biden's agreement to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax charges and avoid prosecution on a separate gun charge stalled when Judge Mary Ellen Noreika asked if he would then be immune from prosecution for other crimes, including those related to representing foreign governments. When prosecutors said no, Hunter Biden's attorneys called the deal null and void. A more limited deal agreed to for a time, but the judge wanted more specifics, including on the scope of the immunity and on her role in the case.
It's very telling that the judge intervened here and said basically, no, I'm not going to approve some sweeping blanket deal. I mean, that tells you that the court has serious concerns about other potential charges here.
Thank you all for coming today.
It's a deal House Republicans have argued was far too lenient. 2 men in charge of the IRS investigation backing those claims on Capitol Hill last week.
So help you God.
Yes, I do. I do.
Joseph Ziegler and Gary Shapley claimed evidence they gathered warranted felony tax charges, which were not brought, asserting Hunter Biden got preferential treatment because of who his father is.
Americans should not have to accept 2 tiers of justice in this country.
House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith on Tuesday asking the judge to reject the plea deal, writing the specific concerns raised by the whistleblowers call into question the investigation and prosecution of this case. The White House issuing this response.
Hunter Biden is a private citizen, and this was a personal matter for him.
In the end, Hunter Biden pleaded not guilty on the 2 tax charges, which he plans to reverse when the agreement is updated, which we expect will take about 2 weeks. One sticking point here, prosecutors told the judge there is another investigation into Hunter Biden that is ongoing. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
Another dramatic hearing, this time on Capitol Hill, raising more questions than answers.
Lawmakers in both major political parties are putting pressure on the government in the hopes it releases more information on UFO sightings and other unidentified aerial phenomena known as UAPs. Congress say they've tried to learn more information about UAPs in case they're a national security threat, but the Pentagon has stonewalled their efforts. They're bringing in former Navy pilots who claim they've seen UAPs themselves, but they and others say they face professional repercussions when they talk about it.
UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine.
Lawmakers say even if aliens and UFOs don't exist, Americans deserve to know about any other UAPs and their potential origin or explanation.
An alleged Pentagon whistleblower is claiming the U.S. has not only seen but recovered the bodies of aliens.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
Former intelligence official David Grush, you just heard, says he cannot say publicly if the U.S. has made contact with aliens or extraterrestrials, but claims officials have recovered non-human remains and alleged UFO crash sites. He's repeatedly said he cannot publicly reveal details on his claims, but would do so in private with lawmakers.
Jury deliberations paused in the Squeegee Kid murder trial. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you why, plus when we could see deliberations resume.
Questions are swirling over a retreat that former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is leading to Jamaica. Just ahead, why the timing may be at odds with a law pertaining to her upcoming federal trial.
And we are under weather alert today because of the dangerously hot and humid temperatures that are going to take over our area. I'll let you know exactly how long this extreme heat sticks around in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this weather alert Thursday, July 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right back to meteorologist Amy Aronson talking about the heat threat.
Yeah, the heat is on. Already it's warm outside this morning. We're off to a toasty start, and it's only going to get hotter and more uncomfortable as the day continues. We're close to 80 to begin right now. These are actual temperatures. What these don't take into account, the humidity and the dew points, the amount of moisture on our hands. It feels very soupy. The air is very saturated, and the dew points show that. Almost tropical in some locations. 70s our threshold for humidity. We are well above that with dew points in the mid-70s everywhere right now. So you combine the two numbers, the temperatures plus the dew points, and this is what it gives you, how hot it's going to feel, the heat index values. Feeling like 100 degrees as early as 12 o'clock, feeling like 105, 106 as we head through the height of the afternoon. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll break down our storm chances for today, let you know when we're expecting them and what this means for our temperatures for the remainder of the week, too. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your lens solar traffic network. The main issue that we're talking about this morning is one lane getting by northbound 95. This is between 695 and 43 or White Marsh Boulevard. And you're northbound on 95. It's all because of road work there. It's been the ongoing road work, but they just are allowing one lane, the left lane, to eventually get by, and that's causing the backup you see. Continuing coverage this morning. After 2 days of deliberations, the jury has yet to come to a unanimous decision in the trial for a squeegee kid accused of murdering Timothy Reynolds.
On what would have been day 3 of deliberations yesterday, one juror never made it to the courthouse. Olivia Dance joins us live with the details, plus if and when we could see deliberations again. Olivia.
That's right, Tom and Patrice. Yesterday, juror number 5 called out sick with flu-like symptoms, pausing the jury deliberations. Now, if they make a speedy recovery, then the deliberations will begin again at 9 this morning. This trial, though, taking place 1 year after Tavon Scott, a squeegee kid, allegedly shot and killed Timothy Reynolds right behind me here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets. Now, after the juror called out sick, the defense called for a mistrial while the prosecution requested deliberations press on. Ultimately, though, the judge is deciding it's still too soon to throw in the towel. After an explosive week-long trial, the judge saying in part, "We used many resources to try this case. I'm going to try for one more day to complete this trial," end quote. Fox 45 News caught up with the attorneys outside the courthouse. Take a listen to what they said.
There are murder cases that have 4 or 5 days of deliberations. These are important cases. We want the jury to get it right.
I'm hopeful by the end of the day, or by the end of tomorrow, we will have a verdict.
During the week-long trial, the defense argued Reynolds got out of his car, approached the group of squeegee kids with a bat in his hand. Prosecutors, though, highlighting when Reynolds turned around to walk back to his car, a squeegee kid shot him multiple times. An autopsy revealing Reynolds was shot once in the head, chest, and 3 times in the back. Now, the Reynolds family just wants justice. Meanwhile, Scott anxiously awaits the jury's decision, and that verdict could come today if deliberations resume. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Another jury continues deliberations today in the trial of a Baltimore man accused of killing his pregnant ex-girlfriend who went missing in 2017. Akia Eggleston was 22 when she disappeared. She was 8 months pregnant. Now, the state claims Michael Robertson killed Eggleston inside her Cherry Hill home after they got into an argument and then put her body in a nearby dumpster. But the defense is poking holes in the state's narrative and the investigators' detective work. Robertson's attorney even pointing the finger at 2 other people, including one of Eggleston's friends who testified in court. Eggleston's family says they're ready for a verdict.
It was really, really painful to hear the words, "She's dead. Her baby is dead. They're not coming back." Reality just, it smacked me in the face right there that she's not coming back. You know, this is the final say. This is just, you know, summing up everything that we've been waiting for.
Well, the jury has to decide if Robertson is guilty or not guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder.
Marilyn Mosby is leading a retreat to Jamaica in October, just 3 weeks before her federal perjury and mortgage fraud trial is scheduled to begin. She's advertising the trip on social media. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with more on the retreat and the questions surrounding the timing of it. Shannon?
Yeah, Mosby seems prepared to sit beachside, Tom, in early October, but shortly after she returns, she will sit before a jury and they will decide her future. But here's where our questions come in. The law is clear that anyone who is released back into the community while they are awaiting a federal trial cannot knowingly leave the federal judicial district where they live without getting permission from a court or a probation officer. Now, it's unclear if Mosby got that permission, so we asked the court, and so far we have received no answer. Meanwhile, ads for her trip can be seen online.
Hey sis, Invest in Me Spirituality Women's Conference and the managing partner of Mahogany Elite Enterprises.
So Mosby is planning to take 25 professional women to Jamaica for what she's calling an intimate, holistic, transformational experience. The trip, as you just heard, is advertised through her Mahogany Elite Travel, which is one business at the heart of her 2 perjury charges. Federal prosecutors say Mosby lied when she checked this box on a form to withdraw $77,000 without penalty from her city employee retirement account, claiming that she suffered COVID-related financial hardships. Court filings from January show Mosby's defense team claims she did not plan to run her travel business before leaving office, but the pandemic ruined those plans. But that's the opposite of what Mosby's own spokesperson told Fox 45 News in 2020, saying Mahogany Travel was a long-term venture and she didn't have plans to run it or any other business while in office. Again, we expect to get more answers about all of this in that upcoming trial, which the jury selection for this trial is slated to begin on October 31st. And in the meantime, we will continue to press the court on whether or not she has permission to go on this trip. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Mayor Scott nominates a new fire chief, the latest appointment in what's been a months-long turnover period across several city agencies. Topping our next half hour, we take a look at how these vacancies are affecting city programs.
Communities across the country are facing severe heat today, plus some storms and widespread power outages. We'll show you the wicked weather some Americans are waking up to this morning.
And here's a preview of how hot it's going to get over the next couple of days. We are entering record territory with highs in the upper 90s to near 100. These numbers don't even tell the full story. It's going to feel hotter than this. I'll explain how hot it's going to feel and how you can stay safe in a couple of minutes. It's 6:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
temperatures. Right now, communities coast to coast are facing several weather-related threats, from storms to the relentless heat wave.
Let's go right over to Megan Gillen in our live center. She's got a look at the dangerous conditions that many are waking up to this morning. Megan.
We got a lot going on here, guys. We're going to start here in Michigan, taking you live to Saginaw. Saw a lot of lightning earlier. That's not lightning what you see there. That's actually the tower flashes right there going off. But they had a lot of storms in the past few hours, intense storms knocking out power to tens of thousands of residents in the state of Michigan. Take a look at some of the video just coming in this morning. We saw torrential rain there, high winds bringing down these trees and power lines all across that state. The cleanup now begins here this morning. We know companies right now are working to restore power, and they've got a lot of work to do. At one point overnight, more than 180,000 people were without power across the state of Michigan, and we know more severe weather is on the way here today. Take a look. 59 million people here, guys, are at risk for severe storms here today, including the busy Northeast corridor, the upper Midwest, including Minneapolis there as well. I want to go ahead and take you live to our smart board here, because there is another threat for millions of Americans today, that record-setting heat. This is live in Phoenix. We are just getting information that the Hyatt Phoenix Airport, Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, reached 118 degrees yesterday, breaking the previous daily record of 116 degrees set back in 1995. Now, on Wednesday, also made for the 27th consecutive day in Phoenix, with a temperature over 110 degrees. That is not the feels like temperature. That is the actual temperature. The city now well on its way to becoming the first major U.S. city to reach an average monthly temperature higher than 100 degrees. That heat dome, it's now expanding eastward right here to Maryland as well. As we take a look back at our smart board here, you can see the National Weather Service circling the hazardous heat areas, and you can see Maryland included in that. We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson, tracking the potential for triple-digit temperatures here this week, Amy.
Yeah, we haven't seen 100 degrees yet this season, but it looks like we are in shooting range of that over the next couple of days. We're weather alert not only from that extreme heat, but also the humidity. So here's a preview of how hot it's going to feel today. As we head towards lunchtime, you'll notice these numbers are climbing, and we're already close to 100, actually above 100 degrees. So this is the reason I'd stay inside in air conditioning for lunch today if possible. 106 is how hot it's going to feel in Baltimore at that point. As we zip through the afternoon, no relief in sight, feeling like an uncomfortable 108 in Baltimore. Pretty disgusting temperatures here all the way through the evening, actually, due to that high heat plus that humidity, feeling like we're still in the triple digits even at 6 o'clock this evening. Now, we're also tracking that potential for some spotty showers and storms today. They will be spotty, but I'll break down exactly when and where we could see them fire up in more detail in just about 10 minutes. Back to you.
Republicans push to impeach the Secretary of Homeland Security. What are their complaints, and how does he push back? I'm Scott Thuman on Capitol Hill with those tense exchanges coming up.
Local races shaping up for the upcoming election cycle, and some Baltimore residents calling for change. Coming up, we'll show you how one of the largest communities in Baltimore is plotting a path toward change. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:16 and making headlines this morning. Republicans take another step toward trying to impeach the Secretary of Homeland Security, accusing him of making matters at the U.S. southern border worse and being dishonest about his actions.
The hearing highlighted another dividing line in Washington and further exposed partisan issues. Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman has the latest from Capitol Hill.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas defending his job performance and trying to fend off Republican calls for impeachment raised in a House hearing Wednesday.
For the first time in modern history, more people are showing up at the ports of entry than running through some bush in Yuma, Arizona. And the reason they're showing up at the ports of entry is because you've got the turnstile open.
Congressman, I disagree with everything you have said.
Right, but you can disagree all you want, but what you won't provide is any number.
Republicans allege more than 100 migrants on the terror watch list have tried crossing the southern border this year, in addition to skyrocketing amounts of deadly fentanyl.
My Republican colleagues claim that the border is open. Is the border open, Mr. Secretary?
No, it is not.
Democrats highlight data showing encounters are down 70% over just the last 10 weeks. But others say it's too early to declare victory, with some suggesting the drop may be temporary.
It has been broken for as long as I can remember.
It has become an almost expected routine these days. Republicans call to remove high-level members of the Biden administration, putting Democrats in a constant state of rebuttal.
Under the Trump administration, the borders were secure. Biden came in the very first day, reversed all of the policies that had secured our borders, and we're now facing the worst illegal mass migration in the history of this country.
Prompting Texas Governor Greg Abbott to install new floating spiked barriers in the Rio Grande. He says to defend the state. Critics call them deadly. The Justice Department this week filed suit to have them removed.
Texas has a 1,241-mile border. The buoys are only about 1,000 feet. What the governor's trying to do is just do something symbolic.
All still searching for answers. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
All right, well, it's 6:19 now, and just be prepared for a hot one.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, meteorologist Amy Aronson is talking about not only today, but also tomorrow. And we are talking about dangerous heat levels.
Very dangerous heat levels, and with that comes a lot of precautions you should take. You should never leave your kid or your pet inside a locked car during this summer, but here's a look at the reason why, especially on a day like today. I'll step out of the way so you can see the numbers, because today we're actually awfully close to 100 degrees. So within only 10 minutes, the inside of your car gets to 115 degrees. Within 30 minutes, 130, and then within an hour, 150 degrees. That's pretty deadly stuff there. And that's because the car kind of acts like a greenhouse, so the heat comes in, heats up everything within the car, the steering wheel, the seats, and then that heat gets trapped. It has nowhere to go. So that's what makes it such a dangerous situation. Now, bus stop forecast right around the corner. So before you know it, you're going to be driving the kids back to school. 33 days until that happens for Baltimore City and County, Harford, Howard County, and Anne Arundel County. 41 days to go for Carroll, Cecil, and Kent counties, not too far off. But right now it feels like summer. We have a pretty sunrise this morning, despite the heat that's going to take over today. Some pretty pink colors showing up over Towson. Already in the upper 70s to near 80 in a lot of spots. These numbers are just going to continue to go up from here on out. We are under a heat advisory starting at 11 a.m., taking us all the way through 8 o'clock. That is the potential for high heat plus humidity, making it very uncomfortable at times. Close to 106 today. We've also got a little disturbance off to our north and west. That's going to trigger some showers and some storms locally today, not until this afternoon. And Future Scan shows that. It shows a skinny line of showers developing around 1 o'clock. Some spotty showers, even some isolated storms after that this afternoon and this evening. Tomorrow, we repeat this whole setup. We're hot, we're steamy to begin. Some storms spark during the afternoon and the evening hours, during the heat of the day. And then on Saturday, that's when we get an actual cold front coming through. Sends us another chance for some storms late in the afternoon, early in the evening. And that's what's going to bring an end to this very, very hot stretch. So for today, we are included in a slight risk for severe weather, 2 out of 5 on our threat level scale, with the main threats being damaging wind gusts with any storm that fires up. We're also entering record territory over the next couple of days. For example, today the current record stands at 101 degrees from 1940. We'll get close with highs in the upper 90s. Same for tomorrow, current record at 103 degrees from 1941. And then on Saturday, not quite as hot, but still very, very uncomfortable. 96 degrees, current record stands at 101 degrees from 2011. We also have that chance for some spotty storms each day, but the main reason behind the weather alert, the high heat plus the humidity, dangerous temperatures through Friday. And then on Saturday, we get that cold front coming through. That's what gives us relief from the heat. Not as bad by Sunday. Sunday, we're back in the upper 80s. And then we'll actually stay in the mid 80s as we wrap up July and head into August next week. Tom, Patrice.
On the roadways as far as that goes, Mark Jones is here with us. Hey, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and Camden Train 843 presently running about 15 to 20 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there. Light rail link keeping to the schedule in both directions, no delays. Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. The Maryland Department of Transportation, MTA, will host a series of open house meetings now through the 2nd to engage the public on the relaunch Red Line project in Baltimore and gather neighborhood feedback as the project advances. The next open house is later today from 3 to 7 at the Baltimore War Memorial at 101 North Gay Street in downtown Baltimore. Info available at mta.maryland.gov. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Good to know.
Well, later this morning, we're set to find out how much America's economy grew between April and June. We'll have updates all morning on the newest economic report from our live center.
And the start of school is just about a month away for many Maryland students. Up next, Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters with everything you need to know for the first day. 6:23, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 6:26 now. Fox 45 is your back-to-school headquarters, and for many students, the start of school is a month away.
Yeah, tick-tock, tick-tock. We've got a breakdown of all the different start dates, though, so you can make sure that your kids are ready for their first day. Now, in Baltimore City and Baltimore County, schools both start August 28th, along with Howard County and Harford County.
And Arundel County will have staggered start dates from August 28th through the 31st, so make sure you check the schedule to see when your first day is.
Students in Cecil County and Carroll County have a little bit more of a summer to look forward to. Those schools, they don't open until September 5th.
Now, experts recommend getting kids back on a routine, including adjusting their sleep schedules at least 2 weeks before the first day.
Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Now through that first day of school, we'll be compiling all the things busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year. Just click on the QR code. You see that right on your screen. Check out all of our stories that we've posted so far, or you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
Well, this summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Cares Summer Diaper Drive. Scan the QR code to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
Up next, 2024 election just around the corner. Some candidates are already starting their campaigns. We'll have an inside look at why some communities are fighting for change in leadership.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Heat, in fact, heat advisories and warnings possible for today and tomorrow.
And it's not just the heat, it's the humidity. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here with the forecast.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we have a heat advisory today starting at 11 a.m. It's not just the heat we've got on our hands. It's when you factor in the humidity, and that's what gives us that heat index value closer to 106 today and makes the heat dangerous at times. That's why you want to limit your time outside this afternoon. Already this morning feels like we're at 80 degrees in Bel Air, mid-70s in Cockeysville, close to 80 in spots like Westminster and Baltimore too. If the kids are heading out to camp, make sure they're heading out with lots of water. Lightweight, light colored clothing is great. It's going to be a hot one. We reached the upper 90s today, feels hotter than that. Plus we could see a couple of showers, couple of storms later this afternoon. I've got an updated look at the timeline of the rain in more detail in 10 minutes. Back to you.
My vision for the city of Baltimore is to provide safe communities.
We opened this up, but we know that we have some of the best and the brightest here in Baltimore.
Well, Baltimore Mayor, you just heard him right there, Mayor Brandon Scott nominating James Wallace to be the city's next fire chief. Wallace has led the Office of Emergency Management since 2020. Scott called Wallace the best choice when asked if a nationwide search was necessary to fill the vacancy.
Wallace's nomination is just the latest appointment in what's been a months-long turnover period across several city agencies.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with some concerns about how that could be impacting productivity from those organizations. Shannon?
Yeah, it certainly seems like a slow go, Tom and Patrice, filling many of these vacancies for the city's top jobs. And James Wallace's nomination to lead the fire department as the new interim department head is just another example of this. In fact, take a look right here on your screen. There are almost a dozen city agencies still without permanent leaders, including the police department, the fire department, the Department of Public Works, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Those agencies are all still holding an interim role. So we spoke with David Williams, and he's the president of the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. We spoke with him on what it means for a city this size to have so many interim department heads.
It absolutely affects city services because you want a director with long-term goals, long-term objectives, not an interim director who's only filling a seat and keeping a seat warm for a month or 6 months. And that's how the city suffers.
We are in a executive leadership crisis.
At a hearing in May there, city leaders addressed the problems the city faces in filling these positions. And one potential factor here that was brought up is a residency requirement, which requires directors of city agencies to actually live within Baltimore City. So in the meantime, Williams says the city needs to make it an absolute priority to get permanent leaders to fill these positions. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Some of the local races are starting to shape up for the upcoming election year.
In Baltimore City, the current council president, Nick Mosby, is looking for re-election, but Councilman Zeke Cohen is challenging him. And now there are some West Baltimore residents who say they are fed up with current leaders.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with some residents' concerns in the actions they're taking. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, residents in Matthew Henson, which is one of the largest communities in Baltimore, are calling for change. They've created a report card and are asking all 36,000 residents to score how politicians have handled 20 critical issues in their community.
We think this will enable a voter to intelligently decide whether or not that person has done a good job or not done a good job.
I'm supportive of making a serious change in this community.
By grading politicians, organizers believe it will spur new candidates for public offices and new attention from residents when they go to the polls. With 10 months until Election Day, the clock is ticking. But in this West Baltimore community, residents are vowing to deliver change on Election Day. Their community, they say, depends on it, especially because of a lack of resources in their community.
Enough people have concerns about this neighborhood. We think they're going to come away with and say, we got to do more and better.
And voter turnout in the community is traditionally the lowest in the city, but residents believe their fight will prove to be productive. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Jury deliberations continue today in the trial of the man accused of killing his pregnant girlfriend and their unborn child. Still ahead, we take a look at the timeline and what the trial revealed, even without a body.
The economy continues to defy expectations, but will that sentiment hold up after we get the second quarter GDP report? Megan Gillen has more from our live center coming up after the break.
And we are weather alert due to the scorching temperatures in our region. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know when we can expect a much needed cool down. 6:36. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Behold a recent sunrise view, complete with alternating bands of ray and shadow known as crepuscular rays. These beams are most visible at sunrise and sunset, and when they appear opposite the sun, the beams are called anti-crepuscular rays. And in South Carolina, another one of nature's many sky paintings, a halo up high with a circumhorizontal arc underneath.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Instagram.
We're going to get to the big weather story first.
Yeah, almost 6:40 right on this Thursday. Weather alert because of this stuff. Check out these numbers. 98 today and tomorrow. Feels like 106 today. Feels like 110 tomorrow. This extreme heat actually takes us through Saturday. After that, we'll get a little bit of relief from a cold front pushing through, sends us some showers and some storms, and brings our temperatures to more comfortable levels. We'll talk about all of our storm chances for the next couple of days in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Amy, thank you. Now to the big economic story this morning. We're about to find out how much America's economy grew between April and June.
Megan Gillen is in our live center now with a new report set to drop in just a few hours. Megan?
That's right, guys. Right now, we are waiting for that second quarter GDP report. You can see the last one we had, quarter one, 2023. Quarter two expected to show the economy grew a healthy 2%. That's some good news there as we move forward here again. Showing good news there. The economy continues to defy expectations. Investment bank Morgan Stanley last week adjusting its economic predictions higher, crediting the president's infrastructure and jobs initiatives. But there are questions over how much longer the U.S. can sustain this momentum. The Congressional Budget Office is out with this new estimate here this morning, suggesting U.S. GDP will rise less than 0.5% in the second half of this year. Not a recession, but this is a notable slowdown, guys. That same report says unemployment in America will tick up to 4.1% by the end of this year, 4.7% by the end of 2024, before falling slightly in 2025. For now, though, the job market remains strong for most workers. Again, the big news here this morning, that new GDP report. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as soon as it's released. Again, 8:30 is the expected time. Patrice?
All right, Megan, thank you. Deliberations now on pause in the trial of the squeegee kid accused of shooting Timothy Reynolds. The key factor that could mean deliberations continue or if a possible mistrial is declared.
Marilyn Mosby making some questionable plans just 3 weeks before her federal trial. The questions Fox 45 News is asking about the former city state's attorney's trip to Jamaica. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .44 in your morning rush. We are following multiple shootings in South Baltimore.
The first happened on Washington Boulevard just after 3 a.m. yesterday. A 31-year-old man was shot multiple times and taken to the hospital. Then around 11 a.m., 3 people were shot on Cherry Hill Road. A 14-year-old boy, a 19-year-old man, and a 26-year-old man, all treated for non-life-threatening injuries.
After 2 days of deliberations, the jury has yet to come to a unanimous decision. And now on what would have been day 3 of deliberations, one juror never made it back to the courthouse just yesterday. But Olivia Dance is joining us live with the details. Plus, she has the expectations for what could be happening this morning. Olivia?
Yeah, Tom, that's right. Yesterday, juror number 5 called out sick with flu-like symptoms, pausing the jury deliberations. Now, if they make a speedy recovery, then the deliberations will begin again at 9 this morning. This trial, though, taking place 1 year after Tavon Scott, a squeegee kid, allegedly shot and killed Timothy Reynolds right here behind me at the corner of Light and Conway Streets. Now, after the juror called out sick, the defense called for a mistrial while the prosecution requested deliberations press on. Ultimately, though, the judge deciding it's still too soon to throw in the towel after an explosive week-long trial. The judge saying in part, "We used many resources to try this case. I'm going to try for one more day to complete this trial," end quote. So that verdict could come today if deliberations do resume. Now, coming up in about 15 minutes, hear from the attorneys on both sides and how they're reacting. Back to you.
Questions are swirling about a trip that former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is leading to Jamaica in early October. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with our questions to the court. Shannon.
Yeah, we're asking the court, Patrice, if Mosby got permission for this trip because it comes just 3 weeks ahead of her federal trial. And the law is clear that anyone released back into the community while awaiting their federal trial cannot knowingly leave the federal judicial district where they live without getting permission from the court or from a probation officer. And it's not clear if Mosby got that permission. So coming up in about 15 minutes, we're going to dig into this further. Plus, I'll explain the ties that this business that's spearheading the trip to Jamaica has with the charges that Mosby is now facing. Back to you.
All right, 6:46 now. We need to get another check of this heat wave that we're in.
That's right. You can feel it as soon as you open the window, especially if you're bringing the kids to camp today. Make sure they have a lot of extra water. Meteorologist Amy Aronson talking about the heat forecast.
Yeah, you can see what is now appearing in the sky. We've got that big ball of fire, that sunshine that is blazing down everywhere right now, including down on Baltimore, bringing our temperatures up. We don't have any wind on our hands. We are just at 77 degrees with dew points well into the mid-70s. That puts us in the tropical category. Pretty uncomfortable already this morning. And we are looking at a heat advisory today due to the high heat index values that combines heat plus humidity, making it feel like it's very, very uncomfortable. We've also got a weak disturbance off to our north and west. That's going to sink southward today, sending us a chance, an opportunity for some showers and even some storms. So let's track temperatures and storm chances. First, we're going to heat up. By lunchtime, we're already in the upper 90s to near 100, and these are actual temperatures. At that point, we see the skinny line of showers develop to our north and west and then push southward into Baltimore. A lot fizzle out before reaching us. They will be pretty spotty today. That means not everybody sees the rain. But where the storms develop, they could produce some gusty winds. Tonight, all the storms wind down. We're muggy again Friday morning. Low 80s to begin, near 100 degrees by lunchtime. Even hotter come tomorrow, feeling like 110. And then we get some storms during the late afternoon, early evening hours. As we head into the weekend, that setup continues. So for today, we're actually included in a slight risk for severe weather. Main reason is damaging wind gusts. All the other threats look pretty minimal today. The time frame for us would be any time between 1 and 8 o'clock this evening. I think the bigger issue today will be the high heat index values. So not only did I throw your actual temperatures on the planner here, and we are running about 10 degrees above average, I also threw the feel like temperatures on here. So for example, by 4 o'clock this afternoon, feeling like we're up to 106 degrees. We continue with that chance for some spotty storms this evening. Doesn't send us much relief, stays pretty sticky overnight with temperatures in the low 80s. That leads us into a hotter day tomorrow. So already we're looking ahead to an excessive heat watch for your Friday as heat index values near 110 degrees. So because of the heat and the humidity over the next 2 days, we are under weather alert through Friday now. Even Saturday is going to be really, really toasty with actual temperatures in the mid-90s, feel like temperatures well into the triple digits. We do have that cold front coming through on Saturday. That will send us another round of spotty storms, but also send us some relief from the heat. So Sunday, the better of the 2 weekend days for outdoor plans with highs back in the upper 80s, just a leftover shower at that point. And then early next week, as we say goodbye to July already and hello to August, it's not going to be as hot. So we are back in the more manageable mid-80s all the way through next Wednesday. Tom, Patrice.
All right, taking a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as we look at, this is 95 here, and everybody seems to be moving along just fine. No issues to report. In some areas, though, of 95, you got road work. So use some caution as you're getting up and out.
Well, the Birds are in bounce-back mode this morning, hosting the Yankees tonight after falling a bit short in the city of brotherly love. In fact, we want to jump right into last night's series finale. Adley Rutschman, that's right, he hits the 3-run blast in the third, giving the O's 3-run lead early on. But then Phillies would go on to score 4 unanswered off Kyle Bradish, going up 4-3. Austin Hayes would tie it with an RBI single in the top of the 7th, but Edmund Sosa's solo shot after the 7th inning stretch was the difference. O's drop the game 6-4. They lose the series. The Birds will be back home tonight. Camden Yards facing off against the Yankees. First pitch, 7:05. All right, but they're still on fire. O's are doing so much better than anyone expected them to. It's kind of like the pressure's off them this season because they're like, we're already doing better than what anybody anticipated.
I agree. And Tampa Bay, that's what really mattered. They had a great game against them. Phillies, it's the Phillies.
It's the Phillies.
It doesn't matter.
Phillies need it, though. They needed the wins against the O's. They need any win, but
But
yeah,
no. The pressure's not off. Pressure's on. You got in first place. We want you to stay there.
Keep it there. I mean, playoffs now happening, right? This is really happening.
Yeah.
It's just, is it going to go farther than that now?
Yeah.
It's a big question.
Why not?
It's going to be hot over the next couple of days, so
It
we'll
is.
see how they handle it.
And speaking of that, I found out my daughter just yesterday, she's like, ooh, Adley Rutschman with a home run. Adley Rutschman. And I'm like, how do you know that name? And she's like, she went to one game and she's now a big fan of Adley. She's like,
I
single, she
understand.
thinks. Like, all right, back off. You're not watching
There you
those
go.
with me anymore.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
Just change the game for you.
Hey, if Adley Rutschman could be your son-in-law, that would be awesome.
I mean, that would be pretty cool.
What's going on
that would
with
be
the
great.
All right, let's talk about this. College admissions seeing a seismic shift with the introduction of the digital SAT in our 9 o'clock hour. The 5 things your child should know about the new format.
Good morning, Baltimore, or you could sing it because the funky place you can head to later tonight and catch John Waters' musical on the big screen.
Let's go back to your daughter.
No,
Adley.
let's not. Let's take a coffee break. Take a coffee break. 6:55, developing now. Police departments nationwide are facing a critical shortage of officers, and it's not letting up.
Angela Brown with the National Desk is looking into hiring and retirement numbers.
We have the latest report from the Police Executive Research Forum. The bottom line here, agencies are losing officers faster than they can hire new ones.
This report says hiring is picking up, but so are resignations. Responding agencies reporting nearly 50% more resignations in 2022 than in 2019. Police departments in cities like Seattle are stretched thin.
And the bottom line is we don't have enough cops based upon the workload that we're being asked to do. And cops are tired.
And some cities are getting desperate. Police One reporting the city of Vallejo is considering declaring an emergency due to police staffing. The spokesperson for the National Police Association says we are facing a recruiting crisis.
We are seeing cities that usually have 500 to 1,000 people show up to fill out an application and take the first test for the police department. We'll have 30, 40, 50.
Some departments are offering sky-high bonuses. Take the city of Alameda, a $75,000 cash incentive, $25,000 upon swearing in, $50,000 after completing a field training program. Black Lives Matter activists say that money could be used for something else.
We should be putting that money into education, into housing, into food security, things that create crime. So when people don't have their basic needs met, that's a firestorm for, things to begin happening.
In a new report, the Nonpartisan Council on Criminal Justice examined crime data from 30 U.S. cities, finding a 9% drop or 202 fewer homicides in the first half of 2023 compared to 2022.
But homicides across those cities are up 24% during the same period in 2019. And just last May, we reported that 50% of homicides are going unsolved. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
In Baltimore, police leadership remains in the hot seat following a hearing at City Hall focusing on the communication failures within the department on the day of the Brooklyn mass shooting.
During the hearing, Acting Commissioner Worley said many questions remain over why officers failed to mobilize after being alerted of that large Brooklyn Day gathering hours before the shots rang out.
A party of that magnitude, no matter how many officers were in the Southern District, they could not handle that party alone. So they would have had to reach for extra resources, which we had available throughout the city that we could have sent there.
Do we know if that happened, or
as far as we know, no.
That line of questioning sparking a fiery response from Baltimore Police Department's police union. FOP President Mike Mancuso taking to Twitter arguing BPD's rank and file are, quote, not to blame for the Brooklyn mass shooting. Instead, he says a lack of staff is, quote, the biggest mistake, writing maximizing patrol staffing would have prevented it. Fox 45 News spoke with former Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson about the issue. Here's what he had to say about Baltimore's police department's lack of manpower.
There's no question that the BPD staffing shortages played an enormous part, not only in the Brooklyn mass shooting, but also in just the general day-to-day violence that you see in the city. The department just has very, very limited resources.
Johnson adds that the specific events and evidence leading up to the shooting should still be an important part of BPD's internal investigation. But again, he says a lack of staffing is a main factor.
The mass shooting was the first major test for Acting Police Commissioner Richard Worley. He took over less than a month before the shooting happened after former Commissioner Michael Harrison stepped down. Fox 45 News has been pressing the mayor's office for answers on the abrupt change for weeks now. We've asked for a copy of Harrison's resignation letter. The mayor's office refuses to hand it over, saying it's a personnel matter. We've also asked if Harrison was asked to resign or if he resigned on his own accord, why he resigned just 8 months before his contract ended, and does the public deserve to know the terms of Harrison's resignation?
In an interview with another news outlet, Harrison and Mayor Scott said Worley found out he was chosen as police commissioner less than 12 hours before the announcement was made. In the wake of the mass shooting, the mayor told Fox 45 his confidence in Worley has not changed.
Jury deliberations paused in the Squeegee Kid murder trial. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you why, plus when we could see deliberations resume.
Former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is leading a trip to Jamaica. Coming up, why the timing of it is questionable and the answers we are seeking from the court.
And we are under weather alert today because of the dangerous heat plus humidity. We could also see some storms. I've got an updated look at the timeline of that in just a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, this morning we are weather alert as we are bracing for potential near record-breaking heat. Central Maryland is under heat advisories with potential severe weather threat.
On the left, you see the Weather Authority radar, and it shows the heat indices. Then on the right, we're taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, Towson, all beautiful right now, but sweltering.
Yes.
Good morning to you on this Thursday, July 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Remember, if you're taking the dog out for a walk, both of you need a water break.
Let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson and get a look at what's coming our way today.
Yeah, keep the walks, the runs, the jogs extra short today. Already we're heating up and temperatures are going to be dangerous at times this afternoon. So already this morning, this is what you're up against as you step out for the first time. Mid and upper 70s. It's warm and dew points are way up there. When dew points get into the 70s, the air mass feels almost soupy or tropical. That's where we're at right now. For example, Bel Air at a stifling 76 degrees already, 78 across the bay along the eastern shore. So pretty uncomfortable stuff. And here's how hot it's going to feel this afternoon. 100 degrees by lunchtime, 105, 106 as we head through the height of the afternoon. Now, we will see some storms today, but they will be spotty. I've got an updated look at the timeline of the storms today and for the rest of the week in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network and looking at some of the traffic issues around the area. This is the big one. It was a slowdown in Nottingham, that construction zone 95 northbound, and it's from 695 to White Marsh Boulevard. Look at that. Great news there. The northbound lanes are now all wide open as that construction has stopped, apparently. It's still that zone there, but still no issues. South of that, there's one vehicle involved in an accident, and it's in the left median of the regular lanes, not the express lanes, and that's not causing any delay. So some good news, and traffic is moving along just fine around the Baltimore region.
Continuing coverage this morning in the murder trial of a 16-year-old squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing 48-year-old Timothy Reynolds last July.
After 2 days of deliberations, the jury has not reached a unanimous decision. Then one jury member never made it back to the courthouse yesterday for day 3 of deliberations.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from the intersection of Light and Conway Streets with details about what could happen next. Olivia.
Yeah, Tom and Patrice, yesterday, juror number 5 called out sick with flu-like symptoms, pausing the jury deliberations. Now, if they make a speedy recovery, then the deliberations will begin again at 9 this morning. This trial, though, taking place 1 year after Tavon Scott, a squeegee kid, allegedly shot and killed Timothy Reynolds right behind me here at the intersection of Light and Conway Streets. And after the juror called out sick, the defense called for a mistrial, while the prosecution requested deliberations press on. Ultimately, though, the judge deciding it's still too soon to throw in the towel. After an explosive week-long trial, the judge saying in part, "We used many resources to try this case. I'm going to try for one more day to complete this trial," end quote. And Fox 45 News caught up with the attorneys outside the courthouse. Take a listen to what they said.
There are murder cases that have 4 or 5 days of deliberations. These are important cases. We want the jury to get it right.
I'm hopeful by the end of the day, or by the end of tomorrow, we will have a verdict.
During the week-long trial, the defense argued Reynolds got out of his car, approached the group of squeegee kids with a bat in his hand. Prosecutors, though, highlighting when Reynolds turned around to walk back to his car, a squeegee kid shot him multiple times. An autopsy revealing Reynolds was shot once in the head, chest, and 3 times in the back. Now the Reynolds family just wants justice. Meanwhile, Scott anxiously awaits the jury's decision, and that verdict could come today if deliberations resume. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Elsewhere in the city, a jury will continue deliberations today in the trial of a Baltimore man accused of killing his pregnant ex-girlfriend who went missing in 2017. Akia Eggleston was 22 when she disappeared. She was also 8 months pregnant. The state claims that Michael Robertson killed Eggleston inside her Cherry Hill home after they got into an argument and then put her body in a nearby dumpster. But the defense is poking holes in the state's narrative and the investigators' detective work. Robertson's attorney even pointing the finger at 2 other people, including one of Eggleston's friends who testified in court. Eggleston's family says they are ready for a verdict.
It was really, really painful to hear the words, "She's dead. Her baby is dead. They're not coming back." Reality just, it smacked me in the face right there that she's not coming back. You know, this is the final say. This is just, you know, summing up everything that we've been waiting for.
The jury has to decide if Robertson is guilty or not guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of second-degree murder.
7:05, Marilyn Mosby is leading a retreat to Jamaica in October, just 3 weeks before her federal perjury and mortgage fraud trial is scheduled to begin. She's advertising the trip on social media. Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with more on the retreat and questions about the timing of it. Shannon?
Yeah, Mosby seems prepared to sit beachfront, Tom, in early October, but shortly after she gets back, she'll sit in front of a jury and they will decide her future. And that's where our questions come in, because the law is clear that anyone who is released back into the community while they're awaiting their federal trial cannot knowingly leave the federal judicial district where they, without permission from the court or from a probation officer. And it's not clear if Mosby got that permission, so we asked the court and so far have received no answer. Meanwhile, ads for her trip can be seen online.
Hey sis, Invest in Me Spirituality Women's Conference
and the managing partner of Mahogany Elite Enterprises.
Mosby is planning to take 25 professional women to Jamaica for what she's calling an intimate, holistic, transformational experience. The trip, as you just heard, is advertised through her Mahogany Elite Travel, and that's one business that's at the heart of her 2 perjury charges. Federal prosecutors say Mosby lied when she checked this box on a form to withdraw $77,000 without penalty from her city employee retirement account, claiming she suffered COVID-related financial hardships. Now, court filings from January show Mosby's defense claimed she did plan to run her travel business before leaving office, but the pandemic ruined those plans. But that's the opposite of what Mosby's own spokesperson told Fox 45 News in 2020, saying Mahogany Travel was a long-term venture and she did not have plans to run it or any other business while in office. So again, we do expect to get more details about all of this when that federal trial begins. We know jury selection is slated for October 31st. In the meantime, we are going to continue to press the court for if Mosby has permission to go on this trip to Jamaica. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Making headlines, an unmarked Baltimore police vehicle is now one of the more than 5,000 cars stolen in the city this year.
Over the past 28 days, Baltimore police say they saw nearly 1,400 auto thefts, an average of 49 vehicles every day. It's more than 4 times the amount of cars stolen during the same time period last year. Arch McCown, the safety chair of the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association, tracking this issue closely. He says just last week, a stolen vehicle zipped through his area before flipping onto a sidewalk.
They're just running around and like it's a game to them, stealing these cars, and it has dangerous consequences. It's not a matter of, hey, if my car will be stolen. No, it's when. Your car likely will be stolen if you park it in a public place here in Baltimore City, if it's a Kia or Hyundai.
Well, McCown says a social media challenge showing how easy it is to steal Hyundais and Kias without a key has just made things worse. Both car makers are offering free theft deterrent software upgrades for more than 8 million vulnerable models. In the meantime, data from the Baltimore Police Department reveals that from July 1st to July 23rd, 312 Hyundais were reported stolen and 134 Kias were reported stolen in Baltimore City.
And Baltimore leaders reaching a settlement with Hyundai and Kia for $200 million. That's part of an ongoing lawsuit claiming those vehicles were too easy to steal and the thefts were a public nuisance. Mayor Brandon Scott, who joined that federal lawsuit against Hyundai and Kia, is blaming the car makers and the criminals.
He says the companies have left Baltimore residents vulnerable to crime. But one Baltimore resident who recently had her car stolen says the blame is on the city. She says it should be more focused on the criminals instead of the companies.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of thefts. They should serve time. It should be looked at as any type of theft.
Now, you can find out more about the car thefts on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. Right now, communities coast to coast facing several weather-related threats, from storms to the relentless heat wave.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center. She's got a look at the dangerous conditions people are waking up to this morning, Megan.
There is a lot going on, guys. We begin in Michigan. We are taking you live now to Saginaw, where over the past few hours, we actually saw lightning going through there. They had intense storms moving through that area, actually knocked out power to tens of thousands of residents in that area there. Just looking a little overcast there right now. We want to show you some video just into our newsroom of what they experienced over the last 24 hours. There was torrential rain, high winds bringing down trees like that, and power lines all across the state of Michigan. The cleanup now begins here this morning with companies right now working to restore power, and they've got a lot of work to do here, guys. At one point overnight, more than 180,000 people were without power all across the state of Michigan. And more severe weather, we know, is on the way here today. Take a look. 59 million now at risk for severe storms today. That includes the busy Northeast corridor and the upper Midwest, and that includes Minneapolis as well. Meantime, another threat for millions of Americans today is that record-setting heat. We want to take you live now to Phoenix before the sun comes up. The high at the airport there yesterday reaching 118 degrees. That is not the feels like, but the actual temperature. That breaks the previous daily record of 116 degrees that was set back in 1995. Wednesday also made for the 27th consecutive day in Phoenix with a temperature over 110 degrees. And why I tell you this, guys, is that is historic. The city now well on its way to becoming the first major U.S. city to reach an average monthly temperature higher than 100 degrees. You're just going to stay inside at that point. That heat dome now expanding eastward. This is from the National Weather Service. You see those areas marked in red? That is listed as hazardous heat. And guess what? Maryland circled in that. We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson, who's tracking the potential for triple-digit temperatures here this week. Amy. Yeah, and there it's a dry heat. For us, we've got the humidity, and that's what's going to make it feel even hotter than it actually is. For the next 2 days, we're challenging record highs. We're getting awfully close. The current record for today is at 101. We'll reach a high of 98, so we'll be awfully close to that. Same for tomorrow, too. If you're going to be at the pool, you're going to want to be in the pool because this is how hot it's going to feel. So these numbers, these temperatures take into account the humidity. Feels like a stifling 106 in Baltimore by lunchtime today as we head through the afternoon. No relief in sight. Feeling like 108 in Baltimore, 107 in Annapolis, 108 in Stevensville, too, across the bay. So pretty hot stuff as we head through the rest of the day today and actually through the rest of the week. Now, we do have some storm chances, too. I'll break them down in more detail in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Maryland public school leadership coming under fire. Why new contract talks with the superintendent were delayed. As Fox 45 News Project Baltimore looks back on the issues facing the school system.
The highly anticipated verdict in the case of a teenage squeegee kid accused of murder is up in the air this morning. Still ahead, the questions surrounding the defense of others argument and what has to be considered to prove it. 7:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:16 now. Deliberations in the trial of the squeegee kid accused of murdering a driver who approached the worker swinging a bat is ongoing, now entering its fourth day, and there are questions about whether they will be able to reach a decision. Ripsy Morgan is an attorney and a spokesperson for the community group Peace, and she is joining us with a look at the case. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so let's break down what we've seen in the deliberations so far. They started Monday after the closing arguments. The next day they came back and asked, what's a mistrial? How do we define that? The next day, no deliberations because a juror didn't show up. And we don't know what's going to happen today. So what do you make of where we are?
I think we're in a very different position than we expected to be, in the sense that, I thought nobody expected the juror to get sick, and we certainly hope that that juror is feeling much better and that we can continue where we are. But, I think it's very important to remember how we ended up in the position where we are today. So just a couple of years ago, we were having arguments about whether or not it was constitutional to even remove squeegee kids from the corner. Mayor Brandon Scott was very adamant that it was protected under the First Amendment. And we ended up in a situation where people were saying it's dangerous, it's not safe for these people to be out there, it's not safe for pedestrians or for people in the community. And now we're in a situation where we have a 16-year-old facing prison time and a dead man.
Let me ask you about the defense. We've talked a lot about the self-defense argument and the duty to retreat there, but the defense is also arguing defense of others. What has to be proven or disproven there?
It's interesting that they keep bringing up the defense of others because it was a group of squeegee kids that were there. It's really going to hinge, I think, on whether or not Timothy Reynolds, the deceased, was still a threat at the time. I know there are reports saying that he was shot in the back, and so presumably he was walking away, which makes it more difficult to say that he was still a threat, that he was still the aggressor. And the idea that you can use the defense of others, I was not just defending myself, I was defending other people. Well, the rules still apply. He has to still be an aggressor. He has to still be a threat. And the force that you use has to be proportional. Correct. So if somebody's coming at you with, let's say, for example, a fork or something, it's very different than saying somebody's coming at you with a baseball bat, and whether or not the type of response that you use is appropriate.
The fact that they asked for the definition of a mistrial, what does that tell you about where they are in coming up with the verdict?
It tells me that there are clearly some holdouts. There are clearly some people who are not seeing eye to eye on the jury, and they probably want to know what is the consequence if we can't come to a conclusion, if we can't come to an agreement. Now, I will say that in all likelihood, a mistrial would benefit the state. They'd have the ability to look at their evidence and to hone their skills if there was to be a retrial. So it's certainly not something that I think would benefit the defense.
All right, Ripsy, thank you.
Thank you.
Tom.
Thank you, Patrice. We are weather alert this morning due to the heat advisory that's in our area. Live look outside now at Towson, you see there, and also the Inner Harbor. As the country faces a heat wave, Baltimore area could be dealing with some of the hottest days of the year heading into the weekend. So we want to go right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, looking at the dangerous heat temperatures and some great reminders. Amy.
Exactly. On days like today, it's really important to keep these tips in mind. Remember, your car heats up much faster than the air outside, and outside it's going to be dangerously hot today with actual temperatures nearing 100 degrees. Within only 30 minutes, the inside of your car can quickly get to 130 degrees, 150 degrees within 60 minutes, and that's because the heat gets trapped within your car, kind of like a greenhouse. This is the reason you don't want to leave kids and pets in your car, even if you're just running a quick errand. And before you know it, you'll be running the kids to school. In just 33 days, I'm breaking out that bus stop forecast for Baltimore City County, Harford County, Howard County, and Anne Arundel County. 41 days for Carroll, Cecil, and Kent counties, so not far away. Right now, though, still feels like we are in the middle of summer. We've got that blazing sunshine shining down now in Towson, bringing our numbers up. We're all awfully close to 80 degrees already. You factor in humidity, already feels warmer than that. And we have a heat advisory that kicks off at 11 a.m. today, takes us through 8 o'clock tonight. That's due to the high heat plus the humidity, making it dangerous at times. We've got a little disturbance off to our north and west there we're keeping an eye on. That's going to send us our next chance for some showers and some storms later today. Future scan doesn't show a ton of rain. Shows a skinny line of showers moving into northwestern regions around 1 o'clock this afternoon, but fizzling out before reaching us. So I think a spotty shower or storm possible, and that's pretty much it. As we get into the day tomorrow, similar setup. We're hot, we're humid to begin, and then we see some widely scattered storms develop here during the evening hours. Same on Saturday, too. We're just as hot, we're just as humid, and we've got another round of late day storms as an actual cold front presses through, and that's what's going to send us relief from the heat and the humidity. Now, because of today's storm chance, we're looking at a slight risk for severe weather. 2 out of 5 of that threat level scale at the top of the screen. So it's not super high, but it means any storm that manages to develop could certainly produce some damaging wind gusts. We're also near record highs over the next couple of days. For example, today the current record stands at 101 from 1940. Tomorrow 103 from 1941. And even on Saturday we're in shooting range with a record of 101 from 2011. So it looks like this hot stretch, this heat wave, will take us through at least Saturday. We've got weather alert days posted for today and tomorrow because of the high heat plus the humidity. Dangerous at times. Actually, an excessive heat watch already posted for tomorrow's heat index values near 110. Over the weekend, we start off hot, but then things become more manageable by Sunday. We sink back into the upper 80s, and then we'll actually stay in the mid 80s as we head through early next week, too. Back to you.
Thank you, Amy. A lot of horsing around happening in Chincoteague. Look at this video right here. Still ahead, the tradition returning to its full glory for the first time since the pandemic.
And we're at Richardson's Farm this morning. Do you have all your fresh fruits and vegetables, your watermelon, your sweet potatoes, your tomatoes, your sweet corn? You even have those chicken necks so you can fish for crabs, huh? What? We'll tell you about that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Trending now, Virginia's annual Chincoteague Pony Swim has returned to its full glory for the first time since the pandemic.
In fact, check this out. More than 100 ponies made the trek as part of the tradition. Now in its 97th years, the day where you get to buy one of those ponies and donate it back to the fire department.
All right, so there's a group that is often overlooked, local farmers.
Yeah, Mark Clark is live in Whitemarsh this morning at Richardson Farms, checking out all the farming process and, of course, the outcome, the products that they make from farming, the unbelievable food. I'm on their website right now, Mark. Come on.
I know it's amazing, isn't it, Diane? It's a busy farm activity going on. I had to track down Diane. She was doing who knows what in the back. No, Diane.
Yes, I was.
Beautiful. I mean, again, seeing it, you know, you see the beautiful store, but behind the scenes, you were saying down the street, we got the farms. Everything's in full effect. We're talking about the heat, but you guys are really affected by it. But remind us of how we need to take advantage of all this delicious food we have, the fruits, the vegetables that you guys provide.
Oh, we have fresh corn coming in and tons of tomatoes coming in. And
they're coming in, guys. It's coming in.
And we have collard greens, kale, and we have them from our farm like 9 months out of the year.
I love it.
Yes.
And so out here, you can get all that good stuff right here.
Yes, and we have squash and cucumbers and lots of eggplants right now too, and peppers. We have hot peppers and lots of green peppers right now.
And so we're kind of in the midst of a heat wave, but I feel like people.
Yes.
I can see delicious watermelon. I can see delicious, fruits and stuff. People taking advantage of that, salads, kind of cooling things down. Do you see an uptick of people coming through the doors when it's hot like this?
Yes, people want the cool weather, cool fruits and vegetables to eat.
Well, on our next break, we're going to go inside the store and see all the things the store offers. But also, again, we're here, guys, out in nature. In nature, that's why I wore the shirt. In nature.
I was wondering about the shirt.
Yes.
I like it.
You stand out on the farm, Mark, but you need to ask her if you can jump in that tractor and move that around and show some of the property they have behind you.
I don't know if you should get on a tractor, Mark. I'm going to disagree there. All right.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
Let's just give them the information. Before Mark gets on the tractor, you might want to check out the farm. The information's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we are weather alert. You just heard Mark talking about the high heat and the humidity on the farm. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know when we can expect a nice cool down.
And after the break, the Maryland State School Superintendent contract is delayed. Fox 45's Project Baltimore teams looks into why. 7:28, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. You see it right there. Weather alert because of the heat.
Let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson and see just how hot we're going to feel, because that's the big number.
Yeah, hottest temperatures and feel like temperatures so far this summer, and we are bracing for it. We've got a heat advisory in preparation of the hot temperatures today. This goes into effect at 11 a.m., takes us through 8 p.m. this evening, and this is due to the high heat index values. That's how hot it's going to feel this afternoon. Already it feels like we're close to 80 degrees in a lot of spots, and it's only going to get more uncomfortable as the day continues. So maybe you're headed out to Ravens training camp or just sending the kids to camp. Hydration will be key. Lots and lots of water. Also, lightweight, light colored clothing is a great idea. Temperatures end up in the upper 90s this afternoon. We could see some spotty showers and thunderstorms, but they will be spotty, so not everybody sees them. I'll break down the timeline of the storms today and for the rest of the week in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
The Maryland State Department of Education has recently come under fire due to allegations of a toxic work culture, changing how test scores are reported to the public and concerns how tax dollars are spent.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, the state school board has now decided to delay a decision on whether to offer Superintendent Mohammed Chowdhury another contract.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call today's meeting to order.
Maryland School Superintendent Mohammed Chowdhury was absent at Tuesday's State Board of Education meeting.
So can you just tell us where Mr. Chowdhury is? Why he's not here today?
He's on vacation.
He is on vacation?
Even though, on this day, the board was scheduled to vote on renewing Chowdhury's contract. That is largely why former Maryland State Department of Education employee Robert Eccles was at the meeting, because he had a lot to say about MSDE's leadership under Chowdhury.
Who's taking responsibility for all these glaring leadership failings? I respectfully ask the board to rethink its working definition of brilliant and transformational leadership.
Eccles spoke during public comment.
Transformational leaders actually lead people and don't disparage them. They invite feedback and can take criticism without retaliation. Brilliant leaders prioritize delivering on time. They care more about collaboration than control.
Chowdhury's current contract ends on June 30th, 2024. The school board could have offered him a 4-year contract Tuesday, but instead chose to continue deliberating. Chowdhury has publicly stated he wants to remain on the job, but over the last few months, his future at MSDE has been challenged.
The ongoing unacceptable practices at MSD further embarrass the whole state.
Eccles, in May, first addressed the state board, testifying that 10 former MSDE employees recently wrote letters to the board calling for an independent investigation into what he called a toxic workplace culture, which is leading to high attrition rates. Chowdhury's office responded in a statement saying Eccles' information is incorrect and misleading.
And you've heard stories about a toxic culture in MSDE. That's correct.
But it's not just Eccles complaining about the work environment at MSDE.
That's right.
Brian Thompson runs the blog Informed Carroll County, a petition he posted on change.org calling for Chowdhury to resign quickly gathered more than 2,500 signatures.
Because I believe the Maryland State Department of Education is in a worse place now than it's ever been, and I don't see it getting any better.
This whistleblower, who we agreed not to identify for fear of retaliation, signed Thompson's petition. This person worked in a leadership position at MSDE under Chowdhury.
This is nothing but a cover-up.
And it's dishonest. It's hiding the ball. It's hiding the truth from parents.
Lawmakers, parents, and special interest groups like the Maryland Public Policy Institute have also spoken out.
This comes after the agency.
Project Baltimore, in April, broke the news that the Maryland State Department of Education, without informing the public, changed how it reports test scores, hiding much of the data behind asterisks. Parents and taxpayers can no longer see how many schools are performing on state tests. When Project Baltimore first tried to speak with Chowdhury about it, he locked himself behind a door.
Mr. Chowdhury, Chris Papps with Fox 45. Can we ask you a couple questions about your department removing test scores from the website?
At the following state board meeting, 1 month later in May, Chaudhary did agree to speak with us.
No, we're
due for 5 minutes. I got to meet with the president.
But many of our questions
just give me a moment.
were not answered.
This has all been laid out for you.
There's also this January audit of MSDE, released by the Office of Legislative Audits. The report issued 9 findings, ranging from issues with cybersecurity and bidding contracts to how MSDE approves state grants. The audit also found MSDE did not properly monitor how school systems use funding for the Blueprint, Maryland's education overhaul. But similar to other issues, MSDE declined an interview, but said in a statement, those assertions are false.
I naively expected this body would be spurred to conduct a third-party investigation after receiving first-hand accounts of abuse, harassment, and intimidation in a toxic workplace.
Eccles told Fox 45 he spoke at this meeting because he wants the state board to know what is happening at MSDE before it votes on Chaudhary's contract. Because Eccles says a lot is at stake.
This current MSD playbook will doom the Blueprint to fall short of our expectations and cause many, many educational dreams to be deferred. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Jury deliberations paused in the Squeegee Kid murder trial. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you why, plus when we could see deliberations resume.
Former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is leading a trip to Jamaica ahead of her federal trial. Why the timing of it all is questionable, and the answers we're seeking from the court.
A sunny day ahead, but you're going to want to stay the majority of the time inside and crank up the AC. Meteorologist Amy Aronson continues our Weather Alert Day coverage coming up after the break. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Break.
Almost 7:41 on this Weather Alert Thursday. It's going to be hot, it's going to be humid and uncomfortable today. Here's a preview of not only our actual temperatures, but our heat index values. That's what you want to dress for. 106 degrees. That's how hot it's going to feel this afternoon. Tomorrow, 110. And even Saturday, pretty unbearable stuff, feeling like 107. Now, we've also got some storm chances to go along with the high heat and the humidity. I'll break the storm chances down in more detail in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Remember, you can track severe weather even when we are not on air by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
Baltimore County is announcing the start of their pilot program with ShotSpotter technology. In our next hour, whether or not the technology is worth it and how much it's costing taxpayers.
A surge in youth violence overshadowing a decline in overall homicides in Baltimore City. Still ahead, we speak with former police commissioner on which numbers are more important. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Baltimore police seeing a lower homicide count this year. Non-fatal shootings are also reported lower. Good news for Baltimore residents, but there appears to be a higher rate of youth involved in violent crime. In fact, joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
380 plus shootings so far this year, 155 homicides in Baltimore. You start looking at that and you're saying, okay, they are coming down. They are lower than previous years at this point. Doesn't mean that they will be below 300, but they are lower than the 335 or 342 we saw in the previous 2 years. Good news now coming in, but we're seeing youth violence go up.
Yeah, two things. I'm happy things are going down because they're in the right direction, but this is the same people allowed it to get to incredible proportions with the violence. It was sky high, so now it's coming down a little bit. Still way higher than it was many years ago. So it's not that much to celebrate, but it's going in the right direction. As far as the youth violence, absolutely. Especially since the consent decree has not allowed police to engage juveniles. They can't touch them. You saw they put in place with the curfew that was all voluntary. They had all these rules that are completely toothless.
Well, and you mentioned the curfew there. We're starting to see a lot of cities and a lot of states banning curfews for youth because they say they're not effective at all. They do not work. In fact, what we're seeing here is statistics all across our nation. If we can pull up that graph, we can show you the dark blue. That's youth violence. That's when it happens. The killings and the violence that happens. 88% of all violence happens at 3 p.m. for youth, anybody under the age of 18. The red line is for those that are above 18. You see when it happens in the hours of the day that happens. So they're saying youth curfews are basically obsolete because the main crimes that are happening are during right after school.
I've been saying this for years. This is in the police world. They don't work. They're stupid. They're completely useless. They put a tremendous burden on the police for no good reason. They don't work at all. And the problem is this is the civilian answer to police problems. Well, let's just keep everyone off the streets. And it doesn't work. It's never worked. I'm really happy to hear states are banning this. I wish they'd ban them nationally because it would just end this ridiculous discussion.
Do you think, though, it's taking away, as you just said, it is taking away resources then? Do you think Baltimore police are even worried about the youth being out past time? I mean, Brooklyn Day, we heard reports that there was youth going there at their block party, and there was 15 victims who were shot then, some of them possibly shooters. That all happened after midnight?
Yeah, it was about a time of day, though, Tom. I mean, it was happening after midnight that day because there was a party going on. It's going to happen during the day because if you look at it, most of that took place during school hours and peaks right when kids are getting out of school because you have thousands of kids pouring into the streets. They're going to victimize each other. They're going to victimize other people, stores, and the like. That's when this is happening, and this is what needs to be addressed. They've got to get back to basics. Let the police be the police. They have to put their hands on people. They've got to stop people, youth or not. If they're dangerous, they're dangerous. And actually, they're the most dangerous segment of society. There's no sense of consequence. Just look at the squeegee murder. How old were those kids?
Yeah, 14 at the time. Now he's a 16-year-old waiting to hear his fate from the jury. Ed Norris, thank you.
Thanks.
You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
Well, we are on weather alert this morning due to a heat advisory in our area. A live look outside now to Towson and the Inner Harbor. The country is facing a heat wave. Baltimore area could be dealing with some of the hottest days of the year heading into the weekend, so just be prepared.
Yeah, it's Towson shot on the right. Looked like there was a front coming through. Meteorologist Amy Aronson talking about the humidity, and you even have a description for us.
Yeah, we wish it were a front. We're not going to see much in terms of relief today. We got to wait until the weekend for that. What we're dealing with today, a high humidity situation. So that has to do with this little fella. Basically, what's happening is you're outside, you're sweating because it's hot, but then what happens is that sweat really has nowhere to go because you're surrounded by a lot of moisture. So that moisture actually limits evaporation, and that makes us more uncomfortable. For example, on a dry day, that the sweat would have no issue evaporating because you're surrounded by drier air. So that's what helps cool the body. Not going to get that today, unfortunately. We are looking at a dry start down at Federal Hill right now. Looks kind of empty on this very muggy morning. Upper 70s to begin, dew points in the mid 70s. That means we're already off to an uncomfortable start, and it's only going to get worse. That heat advisory goes into effect at 11 a.m. today. Will continue until 8 p.m. That's due to the high heat index values. So that's how hot it feels. We do have a little disturbance, not necessarily a front, but a disturbance that's going to drop in today, sending us the potential for at least some spotty showers and some storms. I think rain chances look pretty limited today, but where these storms develop, they could produce some damaging wind gusts. Things should get started around 1 o'clock north and west of Baltimore. Most of the showers actually fizzle before reaching us, so not a lot of folks see rain today. We will see a lot of heat, though. Actual temperatures in the upper 90s to near 100. Feel like temperatures closer to 106. Same exact setup tomorrow. We're muggy to begin. The heat, the humidity builds. We get close to 100. You factor in humidity, even hotter than that, feeling like 110. And then we get some late day showers and storms firing up here and taking us through Friday evening and Friday night. Our threats for today, main threat, damaging wind gusts. We could also see some brief heavy rain, but hail and tornadoes, both threats look minimal for that. I think it's the heat, the humidity. That's our big story today. I have your feel like temperatures on your planner too. You want to seek shade, air conditioning, even better. Also stay hydrated, drink lots of water. Feels like 106 by 4 o'clock. We do have that chance for some spotty storms this afternoon and this evening. Not much of a cool down though. Even tonight, temperatures will get stuck in the 80s, the mid and low 80s as we head through much of the evening. And that leads us into an excessive heat watch come tomorrow. So tomorrow, we're already looking at the potential for more ongoing heat, feeling close to 110 at times. Because of that, we've got weather alert today and tomorrow for the high heat and the humidity. Even Saturday's a hot one with actual highs in the mid-90s. Feel like temperatures still in the triple digits. We do have a cold front coming through on Saturday, though, and that will send us some relief. We're finally back in the upper 80s starting on Sunday, and then feeling much better next week, too, with a stretch to the mid-80s Monday through next Wednesday. Tom, Patrice.
Amy, thank you. This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Cares Summer Diaper Drive.
Just scan the QR code to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones.
And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com. In your Women's World Cup news, the U.S. women's national team and the Netherlands, two of the world's top teams, came to a 1-1 draw last night. It was the first time since the U.S. women's team trailed in a World Cup match since 2011. Meanwhile, the Netherlands was hungry for revenge after their 2-0 loss to the U.S. in the 2019 World Cup. You can continue to watch all of the action from the Women's World Cup right here on Fox 45.
No stopping, dropping, and rolling for this guy. The reason he lit himself on fire earlier this week.
Well, good morning, Baltimore, where you can head tonight to catch the John Waters Classic on the big screen.
Where you can head this morning, though, to get a classic.
Coffee, always a classic. Time for a coffee. All right, don't do this at home. It's a publicity stunt best performed by a stuntman. Mike Sassa set himself on fire Monday in Georgia. It was all part of a rally of stunt performers supporting the ongoing Writers and Actors Guild strike.
Now, Sessa is part of the labor organization Stunts Unlimited, and he was Harrison Ford's stunt double in the newest Indiana Jones film. Actors in the SAG-AFTRA union, they have been on strike for almost 2 weeks now.
He looks unfazed.
Yes.
All right, well, it's definitely not delivery, but DiGiorno is testing out a vending machine for pizza.
Now, wait a minute. Downstairs we have vending machines and things get stuck all the time. What happens if a pizza gets stuck?
So, but finish this, because does it come out hot?
Yes, it does, because according to the company, the vending machines have a commercial-grade oven inside so they can output fully cooked 10-inch thin crust pizzas in cheese or pepperoni.
This is the vending machine we need downstairs. Nice. It only takes about 3 minutes. Each pie costs about $9. Yes, please. Our director was just saying in my ear, they had them at the University of Cincinnati, and they were awesome.
Yeah, and did they ever get stuck?
Did they ever get stuck, Matt?
Okay.
Not that he knows of.
And then, you don't want to shake them to try and wiggle them out. All right, it will feel close to 110 degrees
like a pizza
today.
oven.
That's right, like that pizza oven right there. After the break, our weather alert day coverage continues. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know when we can expect much needed cool down.
And we're at Richardson Farms this morning. This is one of the farms. And, tomatoes are in season. Cucumbers are in season. We're going to tell you what's in season and how nature makes the donuts on Fox 45 Morning News, our local all morning long.
We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News.
It is 8 a.m. and here are today's top stories.
We're under weather alert today because of the dangerous heat plus humidity. I'll let you know how long it's going to last in a couple of minutes.
There are murder cases that have 4 or 5 days of deliberations. These are important cases. We want the jury to get it right.
Deliberations in the trial of the squeegee kid accused of shooting Timothy Reynolds has been put on pause. Still ahead this morning, the key factor that could mean deliberations continue or if a mistrial is declared.
Plus, Marilyn Mosby is leading a retreat to Jamaica in October, just 3 weeks before the trial is scheduled to begin. Coming up, a look at the logistics as she faces legal scrutiny.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
This morning, we are on weather alert as we brace for near record-breaking heat. Central Maryland is under heat advisories with potential severe weather.
You can see the heat alert on our Weather Authority radar this morning. We're also taking you live to Ocean City, looking very pretty. The Inner Harbor, some of the Beltway cameras across our region. We're tracking the severe heat no matter where you go in any of those shots. Well, good morning to all of you on this Thursday, July 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's tracking these temperatures and also what it's going to feel like out there.
Yeah, that's the big story. No escaping the heat or the humidity today. We are looking at a heat advisory for everybody because of that high heat plus humidity, making it feel hotter than it actually is. Actual temperatures are already pretty toasty. We're in the upper 70s to begin, close to 80. Dew points are also up there, giving us that soupy feel this morning. Feels very uncomfortable with dew points well into the 70s. And that's what gives us this, the feel-like temperatures for the rest of the day. The heat index values. We're close to 100 by lunchtime, 105, 106 during the height of the afternoon. Now, I'm also tracking the potential for some thunderstorms. They will be pretty spotty, but I've got an updated look at the timeline of them in 10 minutes. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. Continuing coverage this morning. After 2 days of deliberations, the jury has yet to come to a unanimous decision in the trial for the squeegee kid accused of murdering Timothy Reynolds.
Now, what would have been day 3 of deliberations yesterday never happened because one juror never made it to the courthouse.
Olivia Dance joining us live with what could happen next. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, yesterday, juror number 5 called out sick with flu-like symptoms, pausing the jury deliberations. Now, if they make a speedy recovery, then the deliberations will begin again at 9 this morning. This trial, though, taking place 1 year after Tavon Scott, a squeegee kid, allegedly shot and killed Timothy Reynolds right behind me here at the intersection of Light and Conway Streets. After the juror called out sick, the defense called for a mistrial, while the prosecution requested deliberations press on. Ultimately, though, the judge deciding it's still too soon to throw in the towel after an explosive week-long trial. The judge saying, in part, we used many resources to try this case. I'm going to try for one more day to complete this trial, end quote. And Fox 45 News caught up with the attorneys outside the courthouse. Take a listen to what they said.
There are murder cases that have 4 or 5 days of deliberations. These are important cases. We want the jury to get it right.
I'm hopeful by the end of the day, or by the end of tomorrow, we will have a verdict.
During the week-long trial, the defense argued Reynolds got out of his car, approached the group of squeegee kids with a bat in his hand. Prosecutors highlighting when Reynolds turned around to walk back to his car, a squeegee kid shot him multiple times. An autopsy revealing Reynolds was shot once in the head, chest, and 3 times in the back. And now the Reynolds family just wants justice. Meanwhile, Scott anxiously awaits the jury's decision, and that verdict could come today if deliberations resume. Reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Stay with Fox 45 News for continuing coverage of the trial. You can find our past reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Marilyn Mosby is leading a retreat to Jamaica in October, just 3 weeks before her federal perjury and mortgage fraud trial is scheduled to begin. And she's advertising the trip on social media.
Shannon Lilly joins us live with more on the retreat and questions surrounding the timing of it. Shannon.
Yeah, Mosby seems prepared to sit beachfront, Patrice and Megan, but when she gets home, she will sit before a jury and they will decide her future just a few weeks later. And that's where our questions come in, because the law is clear that anyone who's released back into the community while they're awaiting a federal trial must or cannot knowingly leave the federal judicial district where they live without getting permission from the court or from a probation officer. And right now, it is unclear if Mosby got that permission, so we asked the court and we have not received an answer. Meanwhile, ads for her trip can still be seen online.
Hey sis, Invest in Me Spirituality Women's Conference and the managing partner of Mahogany Elite Enterprises.
Mosby is planning to take 25 professional women to Jamaica for what she's calling an intimate, holistic, transformational experience. Now, the trip, as you just heard, is advertised through her Mahogany Elite Travel, which is one business that's at the heart of her 2 perjury charges. Federal prosecutors say Mosby lied when she checked this box on a form to withdraw $77,000 without penalty from her city employee retirement account, claiming she suffered COVID-related financial hardships. Now, court filings from January show Mosby's defense team claims she did plan to run her travel business before leaving office, but the pandemic ruined those plans. But that's the opposite of what Mosby's own spokesperson told Fox 45 News in 2020, saying Mahogany Travel was a long-term venture and she did not have plans to run it or any other business while in office. So again, we do expect to get more answers during the federal trial at the end of October. We know jury selection is slated to begin on October 31st. In the meantime, we will continue to press the court for answers on whether or not Mosby has permission to go on this trip to Jamaica. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Communities across the country are battling severe weather, including a relentless heat wave. Just ahead from the Live Center, the areas that are being impacted by this record-breaking heat.
Plus, some Baltimore residents say they're fed up with current leaders and they want change. In our next half hour, their frustrations as some local races are just starting to take shape for next year's election.
And we've got 2 very hot days ahead of us with temperatures in the upper 90s. Going to feel hotter than the numbers you're seeing here on this bar graph, though. I'll let you know how hot it's going to feel and how long this hot stretch is going to last in a couple of minutes. It's 8:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
And taking a look at your Len Stoller traffic network here, we've got a live look. We'll pull it up for you over Loch Raven Boulevard. See if we can get it for you. We'll try to do it after break. It's 8:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Right now, communities coast to coast are facing several weather-related threats, from storms to the relentless heat wave.
Let's get right over to Tom Rogers. He's in our live center with a look at the dangerous conditions that many are waking up to this morning. Tom.
Yeah, before we get to Michigan, I want to take you right now to New York City. This is where the mayor is giving a live press conference about the heat advisories that they are facing there because of the heat extreme. So this is happening right now. We'll be checking in with this, find out exactly what he says as he's advising New Yorkers most likely to stay indoors if they have air conditioning or there's locations where they can go for air conditioning. Now, the last few hours, intense storms, though, have knocked out power to tens of thousands of people in Saginaw area. Torrential rain, high winds, bringing down trees and power lines all across the state. Cleanup begins this morning with companies now working to restore the power. Now, at one point overnight, more than 180,000 were without power across Michigan. And more severe weather is on the way. Taking a look at this, 59 million are at risk for severe storms today. You see that all in the orange right there, and then the pink in the Northeast, the busy Northeast corridor, upper Midwest, including Minneapolis. Another threat for millions in the U.S. today, the record-setting heat. The high at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport reaching 118 degrees yesterday, breaking the previous consecutive daily record of 116 degrees set in 1995. Wednesday also made for the 27th consecutive day in Phoenix with a temperature over 110 degrees. So the city is now well on its way to becoming the first major U.S. city to reach an average monthly temperature higher than 100 degrees. And that heat, well, is a heat dome. It's now expanding eastward to right here in Maryland. So we want to go over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's been tracking the potential for triple-digit temperatures this week. Amy.
Yeah, first time this season. We haven't seen any 100-degree temperatures just yet. We'll get awfully close today. And that's not the only reason we're under weather alert. It's mainly due to the humidity and then a chance for storms later on. Let's start by tracking our feel-like temperatures for the rest of the day, feeling like we're well into the 90s, actually triple digits as early as lunchtime. So by lunchtime, already feeling like a stifling 106. We move on from there, and it feels like 108 at times. So pretty uncomfortable stuff for the rest of the day. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will talk about that storm chance for today and the rest of the week, too. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. Maryland Public School leadership is in the hot seat. Topping our next half hour, Fox 45 News' Project Baltimore investigates who is responsible for these glaring leadership mistakes.
Plus, Baltimore County has officially started their pilot program using ShotSpotter technology. After the break, a taxpayer's expert weighs in on the cost of the technology and explains if it's worth it. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The Shot Spotter program, which uses strategically placed microphones to detect gunshots, has been used in Baltimore City since 2018. Just yesterday, Baltimore County started their pilot program with Shot Spotter, and this morning we have David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. He's joining us live to weigh in on the cost of this technology and if it's actually worth it. David, good morning. How much is this program? Hi, David. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but not Megan.
Oh, no. We'll try to get this shot fixed up here. We'll try to make sure that David can hear me and go back to this story here in just a moment.
Well, we are on weather alert today as we are bracing for potential near record heat. A heat advisory has been issued for the entire area today for heat index values with temperatures around 105 degrees. Now, in a statement, Maryland Governor Wes Moore spoke about this dangerous heat advisory and said the health and safety of Marylanders is our top priority. Take preventative measures to deal effectively with this week's high temperatures and look out for those in your community during these extremely hot summer days. All right, well, let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got to look again just how hot we're talking. And when you say it's going to feel like 105, nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that. It's hard to believe that back to school is also right around the corner. Maybe you plan to do some back to school shopping today. We are going to bust out that bus stop forecast in 33 days. That's nothing. So the countdown is on. Baltimore City County, Harford County, and Howard County, and Anne Arundel County, 41 days left for Carroll County, Cecil County, and Kent County. But right now, it feels like we're in the thick of summer. That sun getting higher and higher in the sky. You can see the rays shining down now on Towson. That's going to bring these numbers up. It's already doing it. We're already breaking into the low 80s. And it's only going to get hotter as the day continues, actually feeling hotter than the temperatures you're seeing right there. Now, we've got a couple of things happening on the weather map. First, we've got a heat advisory that goes into effect at 11 a.m. today, takes us through 8 o'clock tonight due to the high heat plus the humidity. Plus, we've got this disturbance. That's that bright yellow line trying to push through. We are tracking the potential for at least some spotty showers and some storms today, too, in addition to the heat and the humidity. If we track the timeline of that, I think they start to pop up between 12 and 1 o'clock for areas north and west, fizzle before reaching us here in Baltimore. Not a huge rain chance today, but where the storms develop, some brief gusty winds are certainly possible. Same exact setup tomorrow. It's hot, it's humid, and then we've got some late day showers and storms possible. Actually, the setup will take us through Saturday. Saturday's just as toasty, plus we've got another round of late day showers and storms as an actual cold front pushes through. Because of today's storm chance, we're included in a slight risk for severe weather. 2 out of 5 on our threat level scale. So it's not a huge risk, but it means any storm that pops up later today could produce some damaging wind gusts. We're also in shooting range of some record high temperatures. For example, today, the current record stands at 101 from 1940. We're forecasting highs in the upper 90s. Same for Friday, too. Current record stands at 103. We're forecasting highs close to that. And then on Saturday, current record stands at 101. And we are predicting highs in the mid-90s. So our weather alert for the next 2 days because of the high heat and the humidity. Also that storm chance each afternoon and evening. Even Saturday, it's going to be very, very hot with actual highs in the mid-90s, feel like temperatures in the triple digits. At that point, though, we're finally going to see some relief. So come Sunday, behind that cold front, we're back in the upper 80s, and then we should actually stay in the mid-80s as we wrap up July and kick off August early next week. Megan, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive. Scan the QR code to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones. And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
Watch out, Baltimore. A Grammy-nominated singer is coming to Charm City today. Still to come, we're going to let you know how you can have the chance to meet him.
Fresh off the vine, fresh kale, fresh eggplant with Richardson's Farm this morning. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Earlier, we were talking about the ShotSpotter program, which again uses strategically placed microphones to detect gunshots. We know it's been used in Baltimore City since 2018. Now Baltimore County is starting a pilot program with it. We want to bring back David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, joining us live to weigh in on the cost of this technology. David, good morning again. Is this worth it?
Good morning, Megan. And this is going to be expensive for Baltimore County because what we're talking about is $740,000 over the next 2 years for this pilot program. Now, here's the catch, is that it's going to be more than that because this doesn't include contract costs. It doesn't include bringing experts in to listen to these gunshots to determine. So this price tag could go up. And this is money from federal relief funds. So again, we're talking about federal relief funds, and this money runs out in 2 years. And that's why I think it's a 2-year pilot program. But if it extends beyond that, then the county is going to be on the hook for this and no more federal money. And it's not something the county council actually approves. It just gets spent by the county.
Let me ask you this, David. I know there are other areas around the country that are using this program. How are they making it worth it, and where are they getting their money from?
So they're not making it worth it, quite frankly. In San Antonio, Texas, they've canceled their contract with ShotSpotter. You have Chicago, who's been using it for years. And quite frankly, Chicago is a really bad city right now when it comes to violence. And, you know, this thing may be very accurate in determining where gunshots are coming from, but it's not reducing crime. Therein lies the problem, is that this is supposed to reduce violent crime. It's not doing that. Baltimore City has been using it since 2018. As you've mentioned, they've spent upwards of $3 million, and there's been no reduction in crime. So therein lies the problem, is that if you're going to spend money to reduce crime, to have these newfangled technologies, you want it to work, and it just isn't. And it's a very controversial program, quite frankly, across the country. And I think it's a very dubious expenditure of funds for Baltimore County.
All right, David, thanks for shining a light on it. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It is now 8:25, and you know, food tastes so much better fresh, especially when you know where it's grown.
Well, Mark Clark is live in White Marsh at Richardson Farm, showing us all of their produce options. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. I'm talking with Diane this morning. She just picked this off the field, guys. As you look around, this is one of the many farms that Richardson Farms has. So, Diane, what do we not understand about farmers? 3 things we do not understand about farmers. By the way, 5 generations of farming in this family.
That we work hard.
Number 1.
That we need cars to respect the tractors on the road.
Respect. Put some respect on the tractor's name. It was one more.
I know there was one more.
Mother Nature, did you say?
Oh yeah, we're at the mercy of Mother Nature.
With the right. So you say we got enough rain now, but you might not have enough rain next week. It's like every day.
Every day is a different story.
Are you always just thinking about fruits and vegetables in the farm and stuff?
Sure.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Out of all these, what's your favorite in our hands right now?
Eggplant.
Eggplants. Okay. I'm leaving that alone, guys. No jokes on the eggplant on social media. But my mother loved the green pepper.
Stuffed green peppers?
Stuffed green peppers, which I did not like. But I love this kale shake, guys. But
I love kale too.
Well, coming up, we're going to go inside the store. Diane's going to take us inside there, and we might even see a chef, maybe, coming up.
Ooh.
Yep.
All right.
That all looks good.
It does. We're going to put more information, Mark, on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A back and forth affair between the Orioles and the Phillies, but the Birds fall short. Still ahead, why it was a missed opportunity for the O's to jump even further in the AL East.
And we are weather alert here today due to dangerous heat conditions. Just ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know how we can prepare for these near record-breaking temperatures. It is 8:27 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
there's high turnover for many of the city's top jobs. Just ahead, we take a look at some of the vacancies and the impact they're having on our city.
A West Baltimore community is rallying for change. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, find out what action residents are taking and why.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, this morning we are weather alert. As you're taking a look at some of the cameras around the area here, we're bracing for a potential record-breaking heat. Central Maryland under heat advisories with potential severe weather threat.
On the left, you can see our Weather Authority radar there. And then on the right, we are taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, and Towson, all beautiful looking. It's the feel that's going to get you. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Thursday, July 27th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Good drinking game today. It's not the heat, it's the, they say it, yeah, it's going to be the humidity. In fact, we're going to get right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, taking a look at this heat and the forecast and the humidity. Amy?
Yeah, that pesky humidity, that's what's going to get us over the next couple of days. We are weather alert for all of it. We've got a heat advisory in place today, and that's due to how hot it feels, feeling like 106 at times this afternoon. Already, we're off to a pretty toasty start, feeling like we're in the low 80s in a lot of spots. Already feeling like 88 in Westminster. So take it easy today if you're headed out to Ravens training camp, maybe sending the kids to camp. Make sure they're drinking lots and lots of water. Stay hydrated. Take breaks in the shade or the air conditioning if possible. Actual temperatures end up in the upper 90s today. And yes, we could see some spotty showers and storms later this afternoon. I'll talk more about the timeline of that in just about 10 minutes. Megan, Tom.
Well, the Maryland State Department of Education has recently come under fire due to allegations of a toxic work culture, changing how test scores are reported to the public, and concerns over how your tax dollars are spent.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papps joining us live this morning to explain why the state has decided to delay a decision on whether to offer the superintendent another contract. Chris, good morning. What's going on?
Yeah, good morning. Now, this is not something that you're seeing a lot covered in the news in the Baltimore region or even Maryland, but Fox 45 Project Baltimore, we're covering this because this is a very big deal. The state superintendent of Maryland, state school superintendent, Mohammed Chaudhry, he is overseeing billions and billions of dollars that are being sent to the public school system, specifically because of the Kerwin plan and the massive amount of money that the schools are going to be getting from tax dollars. And we have been covering over the past couple months that there's a lot of allegations that things are not going well under Mr. Chaudhry's leadership. We've had former employees coming out talking about a toxic work culture. We have issues with retention and high turnover. We have issues that Project Baltimore exposed about changing test scores without telling parents and how those scores are delivered to the public. So there's a lot going on here, and we thought that this week, the state superintendent, Mohammed Chaudhry, was going to get offered another contract, a 4-year term contract by the state board. But they didn't do that. They decided to hold off on that and continue deliberating, as they're saying, on who is going to lead public education in Maryland in the years to come. Big deal, big story going on right now in MSDE.
Yeah, Chris, we saw that story that you reported on, that he was just on vacation. That's why they're not giving him the vote, they said, kind of there when you were at that meeting. We also, at that meeting, you heard from one person at least talking about the downfalls of what's going on with the state level here for the education. Who's taking responsibility for all these glaring leadership failings that was even brought up by a former member or former employee?
Sure. As of right now, nobody. So what MSDE is saying when they're responding to Robert Eccles, the man that you're talking about, the former MSDE employee that spoke at public comment on Tuesday during the state board meeting, their response, MSDE's response to him was he is inaccurate and misleading in his information, which, by the way, is the same exact thing they said about Fox 45 when we were reporting on everything with the changing of the test scores. They said we were inaccurate and misleading, but we weren't. The audit that came out that you guys remember in January, the Office of Legislative Audits did an audit on MSDE, pointing out a significant number of missteps that MSDE has taken. MSDE said in that case the accusations were false, that those Those weren't happening. So it seems like MSDE's response to everything is simply to say it's inaccurate, it's false, or it's misleading, not say, hey, maybe we do have some issues here that we have to work out. But I think that this is all part of what former employees like Robert Eccles are saying, is that there's issues in there. They're trying to cover it up, and this is extremely important, again, because billions and billions of dollars, new dollars, are going into public education. Who is going to oversee that expenditure moving into the next couple of years? So we're gonna find out in August, September, where this is all going to go.
All right, Chris, we appreciate it. Thanks for your time. Well, Wallace's nomination is just the latest appointment in what has been a months-long turnover period all across several city agencies.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with some concerns about how that could be impacting productivity from the organizations. Shannon?
Well, it certainly seems to be a slow go, Tom and Megan, when it comes to filling these vacancies for some of the city's top positions. And James Wallace's nomination to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department as the new interim department head is just another example of this. In fact, take a look right here at your screen. There are almost a dozen city agencies still without permanent leaders, including the police department, the fire department, the Department of Public Works, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Those agencies all still holding an interim role. So we spoke with David Williams, who's the president of the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, about this, and he talks about what this means for a city this size to have so many interim department heads.
It absolutely affects city services because you want a director with long-term goals, long-term objectives, not an interim director who's only filling a seat and keeping a seat warm for a month or 6 months. And that's how the city suffers.
We are in a executive leadership crisis.
At a hearing in May, their city leaders addressed the problems the city faces in filling these positions. And one potential factor here is a residency requirement, which requires directors of city agencies to actually live within Baltimore City. So in the meantime, Williams says the city needs to really prioritize and focus on getting permanent leaders into these top roles. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The jury has yet to come to a unanimous decision in the trial of a squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds. Coming up in a 9 o'clock hour, the key factor that could mean deliberations continue or if a mistrial is declared. And we are weather alert due to the scorching temperatures in our region.
That's right. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know when we can expect a much needed cool down. 8:37 now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
8:40 on this Weather Alert Thursday. We are tracking high heat plus humidity, and that's what gives us these crazy feel-like temperatures over the next couple of days. Today, for example, feels like 106 degrees. Tomorrow, 110. And then even over the weekend, no relief. We're up to 107 on Saturday. So some pretty dangerous stuff here in terms of our heat index values. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know what eventually brings this hot stretch to an end. Megan, Tom.
Thank you, Amy. Some of the local races are starting to take shape for the upcoming election year.
In Baltimore City, the current council president, Nick Mosby, is looking for re-election. Councilman Zeke Cohen is challenging him. Now, some West Baltimore residents say they're fed up with current leaders.
And Olivia Dance is joining us now with some residents' concerns and the actions that they're taking. Olivia.
Residents in Matthew Henson, which is one of the largest communities in Baltimore, are calling for change. They've created a report card and are asking all 36,000 residents to score how politicians have handled 20 critical issues in their community.
We think this will enable a voter to intelligently decide whether or not that person has done a good job or not done a good job.
I'm supportive of making a serious change in this community.
By grading politicians, organizers believe it will spur new candidates for public offices and new attention from residents when they go to the polls. With 10 months until Election Day, the clock is ticking. But in this West Baltimore community, residents are vowing to deliver change on Election Day. Their community, they say, depends on it, especially because of a lack of resources in their community.
Enough people have concerns about this neighborhood. We think they're going to come away with and say, we got to do more and better.
Voter turnout in the community is traditionally the lowest in the city, but residents believe their fight will prove to be productive. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Olivia. We are weather alert today with heat advisories all across the region. Still ahead, the tips the CDC has to offer to stay hydrated in this extreme heat.
And be sure you stay hydrated during the day so you can spend your night watching a Baltimore classic under the stars. We're going to tell you all about this special event coming up. It is 8:42. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all
8:45, and it's summer, and what better way to spend your night than under the stars with your friends, family, maybe even your pet to enjoy a flick. The summer series ends tonight with the classic film Hairspray, and that's originally shot right here around Baltimore. Joining me this morning is the head of the American Visionary Art Museum, Becca Plum. Thank you so much for coming in.
Hi.
Hey. All right, so now, first of all, we're talking about movies, but before we get to the movies, you have a couple of things that are really interesting to be able to see about the museum and what you're holding in your hand.
Yeah, tonight the museum is free from 5 to 9, and we also have a free Etch-a-Sketch workshop happening before the movie.
That's great. I mean, we're talking about art on all mediums, and Etch-a-Sketch is a great way to do that. And if you mess up, you just do a little shake, you start over again.
Exactly.
So who is that for?
So that's for all ages, and it's free. You just need to register online. And our artist, her name's Princess Etch, and she's going to come show us how to make some art. Yeah.
No way. And do we have to have an Etch-a-Sketch?
Nope, everything provided.
So you need to sign up quick because you may run out of Etch-a-Sketches.
Exactly.
Okay, and so that's free, any age group?
Any age, yeah.
Then you've also shown a series of movies this whole season. Last one tonight, Hairspray, great venue for it. Tell us about what you brought in front.
Yeah, we just brought everything you'll need for our free movie. So bring your blanket, a little bug spray, some snacks, and yeah, you can watch the movie. It starts at sundown, so 9 p.m.
9 p.m. and be able to watch that with everyone around here. Point out different areas around Baltimore that are in the movie too.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the best, local love letter to Baltimore.
About what time should you get there, just in case it gets set up to put down a blanket? Can you reserve a spot?
Yeah, I mean 7:30 or 8 is a good time to set up your blanket, but people are getting there early to kind of, get their spot.
Yeah, get your spot, then go and check out the museum, and then head back out for the movie.
Exactly.
It's perfect. Yeah, no problem at all. And then where can we go to find out about next season's movies?
Sure, our website, avam.org, always has all the info on our upcoming events.
Becca Plum, thank you so much, and look forward to the movie tonight. Perfect weather for it, as it will start to cool down.
Hopefully.
In fact, we want to go over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. It's hot now, but by 9 o'clock would be perfect for an outdoor movie.
Yeah, much better by 9 o'clock. During the afternoon, though, indoor movies instead of outdoor things today. The sun is already up. It's high in the sky. It's shining down now on Baltimore, bringing our numbers up. We're already close to 80 degrees. That dew point in the mid-70s, making it feel uncomfortable and hotter than it is already. And that's going to be the setup all day long. We're just a couple of ways from the start of our heat advisory. Starts off at 11 a.m., takes us through 8 o'clock due to the high heat index values. Now, we do have a little disturbance off to our north and west there. That's what's going to trigger some showers and some storms today. They will be spotty. Not everybody sees them, but where they develop, they could produce some brief heavier rain along with some gusty winds. As you can see, they are pretty widely scattered, though. Same for tomorrow. We're very, very warm to begin. Temperatures start off in the 80s during the morning. We heat it up, get close to 100 during the afternoon. That's an actual temperature. You factor in humidity, it's going to feel closer to 110 tomorrow. Pretty stifling. And then we get some widely scattered showers and storms developing here during the afternoon. Actually, same setup as we head into Saturday, too. Today, we're included in a slight risk for severe weather. The time frame would be between 1 and 8 o'clock. Main threat being damaging winds. Can't rule out heavy rain. Hail and tornado threats look much lower. Today, take all the precautions to make sure you stay safe, stay hydrated, lightweight, light-colored clothing. You really want to limit outdoor activities during the heat of the afternoon. At that point, it's going to feel like 104, 106 at times, despite that actual high of 98. And then tomorrow we've got an excessive heat watch that goes into effect, and that's because it's going to feel even hotter, feeling close to 110 for your Friday. So we're weather alert today and tomorrow because of the high temperatures and the high humidity. Same on Saturday. No official alert just yet. We're also tracking some spotty storms at that point. And that's what brings an end to this very hot heat wave. So by Sunday, we're back in the upper 80s with just a stray shower or storm. And then we're actually going to stay in the mid 80s as we head through early next week and say goodbye to July and hello to August. Now let's take a look at the view through your window. This is a pretty sunset picture from a couple days ago in Pasadena. I want to thank Jack Gadidi for this lovely shot of what they were seeing over the water there. And we'd like to see the view through your window. Just go to our website at foxbaltimore.com/chime-in or scan that QR code you see right there on your screen.
Thank you, Amy, has tips to stay hydrated in this extreme heat. The first one, it's one you know well, but we got to make sure we do it. Drink before you feel thirsty. Get that water in you. The CDC says by the time you feel thirsty, you're already starting to get dehydrated. If you're going to be out in the heat, the CDC recommends drinking 1 cup of water every 15 to 20 minutes, but don't go overboard. You should not drink more than 48 ounces of water per hour. The Birds in bounce-back mode, looking to leave the city of brotherly love with a series win. We want to jump right into the series finale here. Adley Rutschman hits a 3-run blast there in the third, giving the O's a 3-0 lead pretty early on. But then the Phillies would go on to score 4 unanswered off of Kyle Bradish, going up 4-3. Austin Hayes there would tie it with an RBI single in the top of the 7th. But Amundo Sosa's solo shot in the bottom half of the frame was the difference there. The O's drop the game 6-4. Birds are going to be back at home tonight at Camden Yards, facing off against the Yankees now for the series here at home. The first pitch 7:05 tonight.
And in your Women's World Cup news, U.S. women's national team in the Netherlands, 2 of the world's top teams, came to a 1-1 draw last night. It was the first time since U.S. women's team trailed in a World Cup match since 2011. Meanwhile, the Netherlands, they were hungry for revenge after their 2-0 loss to the U.S. in the 2019 World Cup. You can continue catching all the action from the Women's World Cup right here on Fox 45. I think the women U.S. plays Tuesday as their next game. Happening today, your chance to meet a popular artist coming tonight. Post Malone will be hosting a meet and greet right here in Baltimore to celebrate the release of his new album, Austin. The album release party starts at 10 at the Soundgarden. The meet and greet will start at midnight, so basically Friday morning. And Malone, will only be taking photos. He will not be giving autographs. Space is limited, so you need to hurry up and go to sgrecordshop.com for pre-order entry into this event. And we know a couple people around here that will be hanging out, and they'll be exhausted tomorrow morning.
Well, Fox 45 News is your back-to-school headquarters. Now, through the first day of school, we're going to be compiling all of the things that busy parents need to know to prepare for a great school year.
Yeah, just click on that QR code that you see on your screen and check out all the stories that we've posted so far. Or you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/back-to-school-HQ.
We'll stay with Fox 45 Morning News. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, just a few minutes from now, we're going to speak with a college admissions expert on the 5 changes you need to know about the new SAT test.
And the college admissions landscape is in the midst of a seismic shift. As Megan was just talking about in our 9 o'clock hour, SATs, what do you need to understand?
And if farm to table was a store, it'd be the Richardson's Farm Store. I mean, look around. We'll tell you all about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fresh fruit for breakfast. You know what else goes well for breakfast?
Coffee.
Yeah.
That is the breakfast.
Grow some coffee beans.
Yes, why not? And enjoy a coffee break with 8:56. Come on, you've seen the signs when you're driving around. Topping your morning business report. Gas prices, right? Am I right? They continue to rise this week. According to AAA, the average cost for a gallon of gas today, $3.71. That's up 13 cents compared to just last week. A year ago, a gallon of gas was $4.30. Ridiculous. Year before that, it was lower than $3. Well, Maryland's AAA is reporting the average cost for a gallon of regular gas is around $3.70. It's up 13 cents, as we said a week ago. And a year ago, Maryland gas cost will be about $4.25.
A couple is suing the owner of an Airbnb in Maryland after finding multiple recording devices during their stay. Not what you want to hear. They allege there was a camera over their bed and another in the bathroom, too. The incident took place in Silver Spring back in August of 2022. The lawsuit was submitted in July of this year. The owner is denying any wrongdoing and believes the couple implanted the cameras themselves. Who do you believe?
It has just, like, I can feel my heart start beating really, really heavy and fluttery whenever I start thinking about a situation. If somebody looks at me weird or anything like that, if there's a potential that they have seen it, like, which, you know, that always lurks in the back of my head every time.
Well, the couple is reportedly suing the owner for $75,000 and causing stress and strain. Montgomery County Police have yet to comment on the pending lawsuit, and we'll see what the owners of the Airbnb do if they file their own lawsuit, since they argue otherwise. Well, remember, you can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and your forecast in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
When it's hot out and you're headed out to work and you're going to leave the car out all day in the hot sun, you want to keep it cool on the inside because you don't want to get in the car and you or your children or your pets burn themselves. We've got just the thing. It fits into the glove compartment. It's called the Brella Shade. So you open it up and you raise it, and it's going to keep the sun out and keep your car cool all day. The inside of your car can get up to 43 degrees hotter than it is outside. Brella Shade cuts that by 35 degrees. And then you know how when your car has that new car smell, if it gets really hot, it's releasing those toxins in the air, and that's not good for you. And I'm a Southern girl, and it's like hot 10 months out of the year, and I hate sitting in the car, and I burn myself. This is super easy. It fits in your glove compartment. Some of the other ones, you have to figure out where you're going to store them. That's not an issue with the Brella Shade. You just pop it into your glove compartment. And it's going to save and preserve the life of your car. No cracking on your leather. It's just going to make your car cooler and more comfortable. We all want that after a long day or even a short day. Right now, we're offering a great deal. It's an awesome deal. It's 25% off. Head over to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
This morning, we are weather alert as we are bracing for potential near record-breaking heat. Central Maryland under heat advisories with potential severe weather threats.
Now on the left, you can see our Weather Authority radar showing the heat indices. And then on the right, we're taking you live to Ocean City, the Inner Harbor, and Towson, where it looks nice. It's the feels that are going to get you.
Well, good morning to you on this hot Thursday, July 27th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson and to look at those temperatures.
Yeah, the heat is on today, actually for the next couple of days, hottest days of the summer so far. We are looking at a heat advisory because of that. Already temperatures are in the low 80s, 84 in Westminster, 82 in Baltimore. Dew points are also up there. The higher the dew point, the more humidity we have on our hands. These numbers are pretty high. 70 typically means it feels a little humid. We're well above that. So it feels beyond humid, kind of sticky and tropical as you step out this morning. That means it's only going to get hotter. We're going to feel like we're at 100 degrees by lunchtime today, 105, 106 during the afternoon. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we'll talk about the timeline of our rain chances for today and for the rest of the week, too. Megan, Patrice.
9:01 now. House Republicans grilled Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas at a fiery hearing.
We have national correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, Republicans continue to call for impeaching Mayorkas. What's the latest here?
Well, Alejandro Mayorkas was blasted in front of the House Judiciary Committee yesterday with a record-setting migrant crossing since the Biden administration took over. Recently, the number of migrants crossing illegally into the U.S. has dropped, but Republicans say this decline is thanks to a new Biden administration policy allowing asylum seekers to make court appointments through an app and have their cases heard. They say this decline has nothing to do with Mayorkas. Mayorkas, though, maintaining his agency's approach to securing the border is working. Customs and Border Protection have reported more than 1.7 million migrant encounters in 2021 and more than 2.4 million last year.
Kayla, on the other side of Capitol Hill, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell just froze mid-sentence during a press conference yesterday. They had to usher him off. Do we have information on what happened? I know people were speculating that he had a stroke.
Yeah, no, we don't have anything concrete just yet. McConnell did return to the press conference after, and he told reporters he was fine, but we still don't know why he grew silent in the middle of speaking. Here's the video.
After finishing the NDA this week, has been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
McConnell was silent for 19 seconds, and it felt like a very long 19 seconds. His Republican colleagues then stepping in to ask if he was okay. Senator John Barrasso from Wyoming, who is a physician, then escorted McConnell away. Now, McConnell's 81 years old. Earlier this year, he suffered a concussion and a fractured rib due to a fall, and we're also learning there's been reports of other falls this year as well. McConnell did return to the press conference for reporters' questions, and when he was asked how he was feeling, he said he was feeling fine. Senator Joni Ernst, who was in attendance at that same press conference, told reporters after that as far as she knew, everything was okay.
All right. Well, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins, live from Capitol Hill. Thanks for your time.
Well, continuing coverage this morning, after 2 days of deliberations, the jury has yet to come to a unanimous decision in the trial for the squeegee kid accused of murdering Timothy Reynolds.
On what would have been day 3 of deliberations yesterday, one juror never made it to the courthouse.
Olivia Dance joins us live with what could happen next. Olivia.
Yesterday, juror number 5 called out sick with flu-like symptoms, pausing the jury deliberations. Now, if they make a speedy recovery, then the deliberations will begin again at 9 this morning. This trial, though, taking place 1 year after Tavon Scott, a squeegee kid, allegedly shot and killed Timothy Reynolds right behind me here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets. And after the juror called out sick, the defense called for a mistrial, while the prosecution requested deliberations press on. Ultimately, though, the judge deciding it's still too soon to throw in the towel. After an explosive week-long trial, the judge saying in part, "We used many resources to try this case. I'm going to try for one more day to complete this trial," end quote. And Fox 45 News caught up with the attorneys outside the courthouse. Take a listen to what they said.
There are murder cases that have 4 or 5 days of deliberations. These are important cases. We want the jury to get it right.
I'm hopeful by the end of the day, or by the end of tomorrow, we will have a verdict.
During the week-long trial, the defense argued Reynolds got out of his car, approached the group of squeegee kids with a bat in his hand. Prosecutors highlighting when Reynolds turned around to walk back to his car, a squeegee kid shot him multiple times. An autopsy revealing Reynolds was shot once in the head, chest, and 3 times in the back. Now the Reynolds family just wants justice. Meanwhile, Scott anxiously awaits the jury's decision, and that verdict could come today if deliberations resume. Reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Marilyn Mosby is leading a retreat to Jamaica in October, just 3 weeks before her federal perjury and mortgage fraud trial is scheduled to begin. And she's advertising that trip on social media. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with more on the retreat and questions about the timing of it. Shannon.
Yeah, Mosby seems prepared to sit beachfront in early October, Megan, but shortly after that, when she returns, she will sit before a jury and they will decide her future. And that's where our questions come in, because the law is clear that anyone released back into the community while they're awaiting their federal trial cannot knowingly leave the federal judicial district where they live unless they're given permission by the court or a probation officer. And at this time, it's not clear if Mosby got that permission. So we asked the court, and so far we've received no answer. Meanwhile, ads for her trip can be seen online.
Hey sis, the Invest in Me Spirituality Women's Conference.
And the managing partner of Mahogany Elite Enterprises.
So Mosby is planning to take 25 professional women to Jamaica for what she's calling an intimate, holistic, transformational experience. The trip, as you just heard, is advertised through her Mahogany Elite Travel, which is one business at the heart of her 2 perjury charges. Federal prosecutors say Mosby lied when she checked this box on a form to withdraw $77,000 without penalty from her city employee retirement account, claiming she suffered COVID-related financial hardships. Court filings from January show Mosby's defense team claims she did plan to run her travel business before leaving office, but the pandemic ruined those plans. But that's the opposite of what Mosby's own spokesperson told Fox 45 News back in 2020, saying Mahogany Travel was a long-term venture and she did not have plans to run it or any other business while in office. Again, we do expect to get more answers during that federal trial, which is slated to begin at the end of October. In fact, jury selection is set for October 31st. In the meantime, we're going to continue to press the court to find out if Mosby has permission to go on this trip to Jamaica. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
9:08 now. Right now, communities coast to coast are facing several weather-related threats, from storms to the relentless heat wave.
Let's get right to Tom Rogers in our live center with a look at the dangerous conditions many are waking up to. That doesn't look so bad, Tom.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking, Megan. And you look around, you're like, oh, this is beautiful. That's what 118 degrees looks like. You're taking you live to Phoenix right now, where nobody's outside, and you can understand why. In fact, over the past few hours, going to another state, intense storms knocked out powers to tens of thousands of residents in the Midwest here of America. Torrential rain, high winds bringing down trees, power lines all across the state of Michigan. Cleanup begins this morning with crews now working to restore power there. At one point overnight, more than 180,000 people were without power across the state of Michigan. You see it right there. More severe weather on its way. Taking a look at this, 59 million are now at risk for severe storms today, including the busy northeast corridor and the upper Midwest, including Minneapolis. You see in the pink right there, that color, not just the orange, but the pink, and that's New York City. They just held one. Eric Adams, the mayor there, just holding a press conference on the heat advisories and where to take effect and where you can get some air conditioning for his residents. Meantime, another threat for millions of Americans today, record-setting heat that we're talking about. High at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, reaching 118 degrees yesterday, breaking the previous consecutive daily record of 116 degrees that was set back in 1995. Wednesday also made for the 27th consecutive day in Phoenix with the temperature above 110 degrees. City now well on its way to becoming the first major U.S. city to reach an average monthly temperature of more than 100 degrees. So nobody's going outside in Phoenix, I guess. That heat dome is now expanding eastward right here in Maryland. And so that's why we want to go over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, tracking the potential for the triple-digit temperatures that we will feel this week, Amy. But, I mean, 110 to 118 in Phoenix, and it looks great. You can probably find great parking spots in Phoenix.
I'm sure, but at least it's a dry heat there. So that's what they're dealing with. Here we've got weather alert because we've got a heat that's based more on humidity. I mean, it's still downright hot, 98 today, 98 tomorrow, but we're also tracking that humidity, making it feel close to 110 here eventually. Today, for example, by lunchtime, we feel like 106. So it's going to feel like that Arizona type heat, but it's going to be humid, not dry. So we've got a lot of moisture on our hands both today and tomorrow too. Pretty uncomfortable stuff as we zip over the next couple of days. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how long this brutally hot stretch is going to last for us and what eventually brings it to an end. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. In your Women's World Cup news, the U.S. women's national team in the Netherlands, two of the world's top teams came to a 1-1 draw last night. It was the first time since the U.S. women's team trailed in a World Cup match since 2011. Meantime, the Netherlands hungry for revenge after their 2-0 loss to the U.S. in 2019. That was the 2019 World Cup. You can continue to catch all of the action from the Women's World Cup right here on Fox 45. Some Baltimore residents fed up with current city leaders, and they're demanding change. In our next half hour, how they plan to take initiative ahead of next year's election.
College admissions is seeing a seismic shift with the introduction of the digital SAT. Up next, the 5 things your child should know about the new format. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The college admissions landscape is shifting from changes in the need for the SAT or ACT exams to the Supreme Court ending affirmative action. Right now, families are in need of clarity. And this morning, Brian Stewart, a college admissions test prep expert, is joining us live with what we need to know. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Good to see you.
We want to start with the SAT and ACT. Are these tests optional now?
So for about 96% of U.S. colleges, if you submit the test scores, the colleges will consider them an admission. And so I'd highly recommend that students try the test. They have nothing to lose by doing so. And there are a lot of things that are optional in the college application process, but the more you can do to distinguish yourself when you apply, the better chance you have of admission and also of earning merit scholarships.
Makes sense. Are there changes to how these tests are being taken? Are they being done online now?
Yes. So the biggest change will be with the SAT, where starting in March of 2024 for U.S. students, the test will be administered on the computer and it's going to be an adaptive test, meaning students will start off with a section of moderate difficulty, and depending on how they do, they'll then get questions that are easier or more difficult. That enables the test to be shorter, so the test will be only about 2 hours in length instead of 3 hours in length. Wow. So it's probably the biggest change we've seen in the history of the SAT, and it's being instituted internationally right now. So far, we've had good feedback from students about how it's going.
What other changes are you seeing when it comes to the testing?
So another big change will be with the digital SAT. Instead of having longer passages with a few questions about them, there will be shorter passages, each of which will be accompanied by a single question. Okay. And there will also be a wider variety of reading materials like poetry, drama, humanities, along with the nonfiction that's currently on there.
That's
so
good to know.
That's a major change to the reading.
And important for students to be aware of before they head into this. Switching gears, what do families need to know regarding the change in affirmative action?
Yeah, so after August 1st, the Common Application will have its new set of essays, and a lot of colleges may adjust some of the essay prompts this year. So I would pay close attention to that. If you go to commonapp.org, you can take a look after August 1st at some of those new essay applications.
This is important information for students, families to be aware of. Thank you again for your time this morning. We appreciate it, Brian.
Thanks so much. Have a great day.
You too.
Unbearable.
Hot. Hot. A lot of T's.
Yeah, many T's. You heard from them. It is hot. Millions of Americans are struggling to beat the heat this summer. There are states all across the nation consistently seeing temperatures in the triple digits, and we could be one of those states here this week.
Taking a live look from the Inner Harbor and from Towson this morning, as Maryland is on a heat advisory due to the dangerous heat and severe thunderstorms. We are looking to hit near 100 degrees, but it's going to feel even hotter.
So we need to get a check of the temperature right now with meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, the heat is on. It's hard to imagine that in only 33 days, I'll be using my bus stop forecast. So that's going to be the case for Baltimore City and County, Harford County, Howard County, and Anne Arundel County. 41 days to go for Carroll, Cecil, and Kent counties. But right now we are still in summer in full force today. We've got tons of sunshine, lots of heat. We're already off to a really warm start. Low 80s to begin, low and mid 80s to begin, and it's only going to get hotter. So we've got a heat advisory, goes into effect at 11, takes us through 8 o'clock this evening. That's due to the high heat plus the humidity, making it feel hotter than it actually is. We've got a little itty bitty disturbance off to our north and west there. That's going to push into the heat and the humidity and trigger some widely scattered showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. Our forecast model shows a few showers firing up around 1 o'clock north and west of Baltimore, and then a few reaching the Baltimore area shortly after that, late this afternoon, early this evening. Not a ton of activity today, but any storm that develops could certainly produce some gusty winds. Same setup tomorrow. It's hot, it's steamy again, and we get some late day showers and storms developing. Come Saturday, that's when we're actually tracking a cold front, so it's still going to be very hot ahead of that, but that's what's ultimately going to send us relief from the heat and the humidity for the second half of the weekend. Also sends us some more storms by late Saturday afternoon. Now, because of today's storm chance, we're included in the slight risk for severe weather. 2 out of 5 on our threat level scale, so not extremely high, but it means any storm that manages to develop today will come with the risk for some heavy rain, damaging winds, even a little bit of hail. We're also heading into record territory today for our actual temperatures. Current record stands at 101. We're aiming for a high of 98. Same for tomorrow. Current record for tomorrow at 103. Saturday, current record at 101. We are predicting highs in the mid-90s with at least a couple of storms each day. So we're weather alert today and tomorrow because of the high heat and the humidity. Actual temperatures near 100. Heat index values well into the triple digits. Same on Saturday with some spotty storms as that front comes through. Behind that front, Sunday's your day for outdoor plans. Feeling much better, not as hot, not as humid. We're back in the upper 80s. And then we'll actually stay in the mid 80s early next week. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday look much better and much more comfortable. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. This summer, Sinclair is partnering with the National Diaper Bank for Sinclair Care's Summer Diaper Drive.
You can scan the QR code right there on the screen to help local diaper banks provide diapers to children and families in need. Donate today for a healthier future for our little ones.
And if your family is struggling with basic needs for your baby, go to sinclaircares.com.
A lot of horsing around happening in Chincoteague. Still ahead, the tradition returning to its full glory for the first time since the pandemic.
And we're Richardson Farm this morning. We took you out to the fields, and now the food. Talk about fresh from the farm to the table. That's what goes on. We'll prepare a pot pie next, coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Summer has some of the best foods, and they're even better when they come from fresh produce.
Mark Clark live in White Marsh at Richardson Farm with some delicious foods that you can try out. Mark, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Chef Dave is ready to go. Now, this is when we talk about fresh. This corn just came. They just roasted this corn. It just got roasted. So, Chef, you got a little selection of things here. This is what you do here, huh? This is what you do?
Yes, I do. So we have a corn roaster where we fire roast our own corn. It's grown on our farm. You know, this is right out of the corn roaster here. We husk it, and then we cut it off the cob right there, and we do a Old Bay corn that we do in our hot case that we serve every day during the summer. And we also use that corn, and we feature it in a whole bunch of different things, just like a lot of our vegetables.
Fresh salad, fresh salad.
Exactly, as fresh as we can get them. You know, we've got an example of one of our salads here. This one's our most popular one we got here. This is our taco salad, or fiesta salad. We've got our corn, our fire roasted corn right there on the salad, along with tomatoes grown right on our farm. We've got all kinds of things like our pot pie here. You know, this is our famous chicken.
The granddaddy of them all, guys.
Our famous chicken pot pie that we've got right there that, once again, is featuring vegetables from our farm. It's featuring our rotisserie chicken that we make here, our famous chicken.
And that's low calorie, right? That's the low calorie version.
Absolutely, of course it is. Yeah, everything's low calorie. But no, really, our vegetables, they're a great option for that. And then we feature, as many fresh vegetables as we can in our hot foods. They're, unfortunately, don't have too many to show you right now, so we make them all ready for 11 o'clock every day.
Well, Dave, let me tell you something. This is amazing, guys. And, I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna eat. I know everybody expects me to drink or eat something every morning. So, do you mind?
Go for it. Yeah. It's as fresh as you can get it.
You know why we expect that,
Listen,
Mark?
Do we expect it, or does he want to?
Woo, that's sweet. Man, that's sweet.
Oh, that looks good.
I love corn season. All right, Mark, we're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A sunny day ahead, but you are going to want to stay inside and crank up the AC. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is continuing our Weather Alert Day coverage. That is right after the break.
There's a high turnover for many of the city's top jobs. Just ahead, we take a look at some of those vacancies and the impact it's having on our city.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
This morning, we are weather alert as we're bracing for potential near record-breaking heat. Central Maryland is under heat advisories with potential severe weather threats.
On the left there, you can see our Weather Authority radar, and that is showing the heat indices. On the right, we're taking you live to the Towson area, Inner Harbor, Ocean City, all looking very pretty as of right now, especially if you're on the beach. That's a great looking shot, but you're going to feel it. All right, well, welcome back on this Thursday. 9:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. The beach is perfect, too. When it's hot, go into the water, maybe a pool. That's where you need to be today.
I don't know. We've been talking about the water temperatures, too, Amy, and they feel pretty hot. So just hot all around.
Hot all around. I know, almost like hot tubs or bath water, right? It's tough to cool off on a day like today. Air conditioning, really your best bet. We've got a heat advisory that goes into effect at 11, takes us up through 8 p.m. tonight, and that's due to the high heat index values. They are going to soar, feeling like we're well into the triple digits today. Already we've got heat index values close to 90 degrees in spots like Westminster, and it's only 9:30 in the morning. So it's going to be a hot one out there. If you're sending your kids to camp, doing anything outside today, lots and lots of water, sunscreen, lightweight, light-colored clothing. Just be prepared for a very hot and steamy day. Take breaks from outdoor activities in the shade. And then we are tracking some spotty storms later this afternoon and this evening. I've got an updated look at the timeline of the rain and when this heat wave is going to come to an end in 10 minutes. Megan, Patrice.
My vision for the city of Baltimore is to provide safe communities.
We opened this up, but we know that we have some of the best and the brightest here in Baltimore.
Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott nominating James Wallace to be the city's next fire chief. Wallace has led the Office of Emergency Management since 2020. Scott called Wallace the best choice when asked if a nationwide search was necessary to fill the vacancy.
Wallace's nomination, just the latest appointment in what's been a months-long turnover period across several city agencies.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with some concerns over how that could be impacting productivity from those organizations. Shannon.
Well, it certainly seems to be a slow go, Megan and Patrice, when it comes to filling these vacancies for some of the city's top jobs. And James Wallace's nomination to lead the Baltimore City Fire Department is just the latest example of this. In fact, if you take a look right here on your screen, you can see that there are almost a dozen city agencies still without permanent leaders, including the police department right there, the fire department, the Department of Public Works, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Now, those agencies are still holding an interim role. So we spoke with David Williams, who's the president of the Taxpayers Protection Alliance, on what this means for the city to have so many interim department heads. Take a listen.
It absolutely affects city services because you want a director with long-term goals, long-term objectives, not an interim director who's only filling a seat and keeping a seat warm for a month or 6 months. And that's how the city suffers.
We are in an executive leadership crisis.
Now, at a hearing in May, city leaders addressed the problems that the city faces in filling the positions. And one potential factor here is the residency requirement, which requires directors of city agencies to actually live in the city. And in the meantime, Williams says it's crucial that the city make it a priority to get permanent leaders into these top roles. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Shannon, thank you. Some of the local races are starting to take shape for the upcoming election year.
In Baltimore City, the current city council president, Nick Mosby, is looking for re-election, but Councilman Zeke Cohen is challenging him. Now there's some West Baltimore residents who say that they are fed up with the current leaders.
Olivia Dance joining us with residents' concerns and the actions they're taking. Olivia.
Residents in Matthew Henson, which is one of the largest communities in Baltimore, are calling for change. They've created a report card and are asking all 36,000 residents to score how politicians have handled 20 critical issues in their community.
We think this will enable a voter to intelligently decide whether or not that person has done a good job or not done a good job.
I'm supportive of making a serious change in this community.
By grading politicians, organizers believe it will spur new candidates for public offices and new attention from residents when they go to the polls. With 10 months until Election Day, the clock is ticking. But in this West Baltimore community, residents are vowing to deliver change on Election Day. Their community, they say, depends on it, especially because of a lack of resources in their community.
Enough people have concerns about this neighborhood. We think they're going to come away with and say, we got to do more and better.
Voter turnout in the community is traditionally the lowest in the city, but residents believe their fight will prove to be productive. For now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Well, making headlines, an unmarked Baltimore police vehicle is now one of more than 5,000 cars stolen in the city this year.
Over the past 28 days, Baltimore police are reporting nearly 1,400 auto thefts, an average of 49 cars every day. It's more than 4 times the amount of cars stolen during the same time period last year. Arch McCown, the safety chair of the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association, is tracking this issue very closely, and he says just last week, a stolen car zipped through his area before flipping onto the sidewalk.
They're just running around and like it's a game to them, stealing these cars, and it has dangerous consequences. It's not a matter of, hey, if my car will be stolen. No, it's when. Your car likely will be stolen if you park it in a public place here in Baltimore City, if it's a Kia or Hyundai.
McCown says a social media challenge showing just how easy it is to steal Hyundais and Kias without a key has just made things worse. Both car makers are offering free theft deterrent software upgrades for more than 8 million vulnerable models.
In the meantime, data from the Baltimore Police Department reveals that from July 1st to July 23rd, 312 Hyundais were reported stolen. 134 Kias were reported stolen in Baltimore City.
Now, Baltimore leaders reached a settlement with Hyundai and Kia for $200 million, part of an ongoing lawsuit claiming that the cars were too easy to steal and the thefts were a public nuisance.
Mayor Scott, who joined a federal lawsuit against Hyundai and Kia, is blaming the car makers and the criminals.
He says the companies have left Baltimore residents vulnerable to crime. But one Baltimore resident who recently had her car stolen says the blame is on the city. She says it should be more focused on the criminals instead of the companies.
The city of Baltimore should be responsible as well for the amount of thefts. They should serve time. It should be looked at as any type of theft.
Well, Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on car thefts in the city. You can read more stories on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Coming up, a major win for Prince Harry. Why a judge across the pond is allowing the prince's snooping lawsuit to go to trial.
And we are weather alert today for high heat and humidity. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know when we can expect a nice cool down. 9:37. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. "9:40 just in. The man charged with murdering a 19-year-old security guard at Morgan State University has been convicted of second-degree murder. 21-year-old Chase Marco Wilson faces up to 60 years in prison when he is sentenced Later this year, Julian Froh was working as a security guard at the school when he was gunned down in August of last year. Froh was contracted as a security guard with Allied, and he was working for the university.
A major win for former royalty this morning as Prince Harry's snooping case advances to trial.
Tom Rogers is in our live center with why many employees with tabloids and paparazzi members are closely following this case. Tom.
Yeah, this is a big case and it's been cut in half. The case could have a major impact on celebrities all around the world tied into privacy concerns and how the press gains information on public figures and celebrities. The Duke of Sussex alleged that the publisher of The Sun and now defunct News of the World had hacked his phone and then used investigators and deception to unlawfully gather information on him dating back more than 2 decades. News groups, newspapers, NGN, which is owned by Rupert Murdoch, argued that the suit should be thrown out because the claims were brought after the 6-year limitation expired. A London judge agreed with that decision. The cell phone case is beyond the statute of limitation, dropping the major phone hacking scandal. That was a big part of it, but decided to let the case continue to trial due to the deceptive ways investigators who were hired used their ways to dig up any dirt on the prince and his previous girlfriends and their families. That could set a precedent for privacy invasion. The decision comes less than 2 months after Harry testified in a lawsuit against the publishers of the Daily Mirror. He became the first senior member of the royal family to testify in court in more than a century. This puts an unusual pressure on Britain's legal system if other royals will now be required to take the stand. Prince Harry's team now has to prove investigators used crude and illegal ways to snoop into not only his life, but some of his friends and love interests when they were minors, outside of the cell phone hacking. That's the latest from the Breaking News Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. We are on weather alert today due to scorching hot temperatures in our state. Still ahead, just how hot it could feel and when we can expect a nice cool down.
And the biggest Baltimore club dance competition in the state is almost here. After the break, we're going to learn more about the King of Baltimore and get a preview of what we can expect to see. It is 9:42. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:45, the annual Chincoteagues Pony Swim has returned to its full glory for the first time since the pandemic.
You got to check it out. Look at this. More than 100 ponies making the trek as part of where they live in the wild.
Now, a parade traditionally follows the crossing, and Amanda from Falston was there and chimed in this video to us. Fox 45 News wants you to share what's happening around town. Just send your videos online at foxbaltimore.com/chime in. And if you have the free WBFF mobile app, look for our Chime In page for your submissions.
Well, the water temperature in Southport, Florida went past, ready for this, 100 degrees for 2 days in a row. That's around the temperature of a hot tub. Meteorologists say that could be the hottest seawater ever measured. But they add weather records for seawater temperature are unofficial. So far, the world's highest recorded sea surface temperature has been 99.7 degrees in Kuwait Bay, and that was in July of 2020. Imagine going in to cool off and
hot tub, bath water. Yeah. All right, well, we are on weather alert this morning because of a heat advisory in our area. A live look now at Towson in the Inner Harbor as we are seeing a heat wave. The Baltimore area could be dealing with some of the hottest days and temperatures we've seen, right around 100 degrees.
Let's bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson, see where we are right now and where we're headed, Amy.
Yeah, heating up fast. We've got blue skies and sunshine. Looks nice from this view and this standpoint, but then I throw the numbers on the screen and it's already kind of toasty. Low 80s to begin. Dew points in the 70s gives us that sticky, almost tropical feel. Lots of moisture on our hands. And because of the heat and the humidity, we've got a heat advisory. Goes into effect at 11 a.m., takes us through 8 o'clock due to the high heat plus the humidity. Also, a little itty-bitty disturbance there to our north and west. That's going to trigger some late-day showers and storms, too. So a lot happening today on the weather map. A more active day ahead of us compared to yesterday. First, we're really going to heat up, so temperatures will make a run for the upper 90s to near 100. If we hit 100, first time this season we've reached the triple digits. Either way, it's going to feel like it. Updated future scan and updated forecast model shows no storms really until 4 or 5 o'clock this evening. They are scattered, so not everybody sees the rain, but where they develop, some gusty winds are certainly possible, and they should wind down overnight. Tomorrow, same exact setup. It's warm, it's muggy in the morning, it's hot in the afternoon, and then some late day showers and storms pass through during the late afternoon and early evening hours. And actually, this setup's going to carry us into the weekend, too. Same setup on Saturday. For today, main threat with any storms would be damaging winds, actually bumping that timeline back. I think it's closer to 4 or 5 o'clock this evening that we see the storms roll through. So that's the time frame to watch for that. Otherwise, you got to prepare for the heat, the humidity. Limit outdoor activities today. Stay hydrated. Take breaks in the air conditioning or the shade. Actual temperatures end up in the upper 90s today. Feel like temperatures even hotter than that. Feeling like 104 by 2 o'clock. 106 by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Very uncomfortable. And then tomorrow, even hotter. Because of that, we've got an excessive heat watch already posted for our area. That's due to heat index values close to 110 by tomorrow. Weather alert days the next 2 days because of the high heat, the humidity, and the storm chance. Spotty storms will stick around through Saturday. That's actually the cold front coming through, and that's going to live up to its name. We'll drop from the 90s back into the 80s on Sunday, making Sunday the better day for outdoor plans. And as we wrap up July and kick off August, feeling much better and much more comfortable with highs settling back into the mid-80s. Now, in just a couple of minutes, we'll take a look ahead at the rest of the first week of August in your full 10-day forecast. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. The CDC has some tips to stay hydrated in this extreme heat. Number 1, drink before you feel thirsty. The CDC says by the time you actually feel thirsty, you're already starting to get dehydrated. If you're going to be out there in the heat today, the CDC recommends drinking 1 cup of water every 15 to 20 minutes, but don't go overboard. You should not drink more than 48 ounces of water per hour. And remember, you can track severe weather even when we're not on the air by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
All right, we're in for some fun here. Looking ahead to August 6th, when over 50 male dancers will compete for the title of King of Baltimore. Plus, they get a cash prize, and you can be there to watch the electrifying performances. Joining us live in studio this morning to tell us all about it is Eric LeBeau, CEO of Be More Than Dance, and Samuel Preston. He is the King of Baltimore production manager. And then we've got some guys who are going to battle it out for us in just a minute. Good morning to all of you. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, so explain what this competition is all about.
So the King of Baltimore is like the Super Bowl of Baltimore club dance culture.
That's big.
The WrestleMania, it's the event that kind of kicks in wraps up the entire year.
Okay.
We have over 30 plus competitors who come in. They are trained professionals of the culture themselves, and they come in to compete for that title that we call King of Baltimore, as well as a $5,000 cash prize.
Okay, so not so bad there. At this point, are you looking for more competitors, or is it just a matter of people can come and watch and cheer and all of that?
So at this moment, we are looking for the attending guests.
Okay.
We currently have over 32 dancers registered, so
okay, so that's enough.
Already at that pressure point for this. However, we would love for everyone to partake in the festivities with us.
Joe, how's the winner judged then? How's the winner selected?
So for the winner, we have 3 judges.
Okay.
And the crowd.
Okay.
So the crowd has that final vote and say so.
Oh, man.
We love to get the people's choice, the people's vote.
And I was asking you, I said, so this one is all men, but you don't leave the ladies out.
Absolutely.
There are other competitions at other times.
So throughout the year, we hold the King of Baltimore, Queen of Baltimore competition.
Okay. That's what I'm going to get in.
Absolutely, you're in. And we have We Run This City, which is the group variation of all of those competitions.
Okay, so I want to see them in action. Introduce who's going to be dancing for us first in this dance-off.
So we have King Q, we have King A Mello.
And King Q, who's going first? Okay, and so he was the winner 2 years ago.
Correct.
Okay, come on out. And then the one that's going to follow him, you were the winner. You're the current champion.
Yes, he is the king.
All right, so this is what you have to go up against. This is the sample. All right, let's see it.
It was an absolute pleasure.
left.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Step to the right.
All right.
Let's take a look at our 10-day forecast for weather alert today and tomorrow for heat and humidity, but things are heating up here, right?
And this is where things are going to get crazy now.
Oh,
Okay.
Wow. So we step. Lean that way.
Arms opening. It's like an exercise.
And then now I feel like I'm doing like
Power workout. I know.
There you go.
Thank